service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
My name's Leslie. Today I've been on the structured wirework course with Gemma Crow. It's been a fantastic day. I've been used to doing quite a lot of wirework, but always with smaller gauges, and I've been a bit wary of to know what to do with the thicker gauges. And today Gemma's taken us through a beautiful torque necklace this morning that looked totally impossible when we first saw it, but it's really quite easy. She made it very easy, very simple steps. And that's turned out brilliantly, and we're now working on bangles, and then we're going to do a ring, so we're covering a wide range of things that's going to give me the confidence to go back and be able to do some more at home.
You can now keep in touch by following JewelleryMaker on Twitter. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Hello everybody, welcome all to Design Inspiration. It is so nice to have you on board with us today. My name is Rebecca Redican, but feel free to call me Becky. Yay, just for you, Ben. I am joined today by a lovely guest designer who is going to be talking to us all about silver clay and metal clay. Finally, it's a medium that we absolutely love and adore, and we can make truly unique, individual and high-end pieces with. And finally, we get some more inspiration. I am joined today by the lovely Tracey.
Hi.
Hi. How are you, lovely?
I'm good, Becky, thank you. And you?
Yeah, really, really good. Oh my goodness, beautiful pieces today.
Thank you.
What are we expecting in the first designer inspiration?
Right, in the first one, we've got a fairly simple pendant, but it's got a few hidden secrets. It's a little recessed piece, so we can embed all sorts of wonderful things like polymer clay or resin, or you can put your jewel enamels in, or your traditional enamels. So that's one thing you can embed into there. And then it's actually jointed and hinged. So
we're going to learn how to do that today,
I'm
aren't we?
going to show you how to do that today as well.
So we're going to show you how to do essentially your own bezel that you can actually fill yourself, and hinges today as well. Something a little bit different for us here at Designer Inspiration. Now, silver clay is one of those things that some people have tried, some people haven't. What are we going to say to the brand newbies today who've never tried it before? Is today the day to get involved?
Well, the second piece is actually probably the easiest piece to start with. So watch all the way through the show. You'll see the second demonstration is probably a good place to start as a beginner. The second one is challenging you a little bit more with your skills and techniques. So, sorry, the first one is going to challenge you a little more with your skills and techniques. So yeah, watch all the way through the show to the second one, and you'll have a project that's great for a beginner. So
something for absolutely everyone today. And if you are a brand new beginner, I've got DVDs, I've got tools, etc. that you need to get you started. And honestly, it is a fantastic, fantastic medium. It really, really is. Especially if you're into things like your polymer clay or anything kind of to do with working with your hands quite a bit, then it is absolutely perfect for that. Especially if you like the high end, of course. I've got loads and loads coming up for you today. I have got, in the final section of my show, I've got something called Dive in Discoveries, in which we're going to have some gorgeous pieces, some beautiful gemstones, some lovely sort of high value metals as well in there, and we're going to be kind of diving in a little bit deeper into some specifics, because sometimes we'll talk to you about a gemstone and we might mention terms that maybe you've heard quite a lot, but do we really know exactly what they mean? So we're going to be learning a little bit, hopefully, in that last section. I've got in the middle section coming up for you some Masterful makes as well, where you get to make yourself some high-end looking pieces, really high-end, with some gorgeous gemstones in there as well. And in the first section for you today, I've got some real treats. This, ladies and gentlemen, is scarcely seen. Oh, it's like we planned this. Okay, where are we starting? In this section, we're going to be bringing you some real treats that you will rarely have seen. Some of them isn't even scarcely seen. Some of them are never seen, because I've got some brand new strands. Not just one brand new strand, oh no. I've got 2 brand new strands in this section. Some are going to be scarcely seen because yield-wise it's hard to get it out of the ground, but some of them are going to be scarcely seen because of things like the price. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is definitely one of those bundles. And with the band. This is your banded shell that we have here for you today. I absolutely adore banded shell. It is unique, it is individual, and it has these beautiful band areas upon each and every one of them that just gives them that really stunning look. You've got some that are almost like modern art, but then you've got some that almost look like aged tree lines just kind of strewn across them. Every single one of them, though, still has what we would expect from shell, which is that beautiful sheen, that beautiful iridescence that just spans across the surface. You've got 3 different colours here, but they're all in the same size. Every single one is a 12 mil. You've got that beautiful, rich, lagoon-like blue. You've got that stunning, regal purple, and you've got that really bright, sort of unctuous red in there as well. 3 strands here for you. Now, we do bundles with you now and again, don't we? We do bundles, and what a bundle is essentially is we get a few strands together that might look good together, or we just think will work as individual pieces, but they have something in common. For example, these obviously in common, and they're all banded shell. And what we do is, because we've bundled them, we're able to give you a bit of a cheeky discount. This, ladies and gentlemen, is scarcely seen because this bundle price is not one we see very often for 3 strands. Should be, bang on the nose, £11. I am going to take it lower though. £8.95 is the usual price point that you would expect. £7.95 is the one we were going to go to. Today, though, we decided if we pop it in scarcely seen, let's drop it down to £6.95, and that is exactly what you have here. 3 strands, gorgeous banded shell. It's so unusual, it's so different. These are going to be great for really beautiful accent pieces. Imagine some of this with the abalone you probably have in your stash. Imagine some of this with those glowing fluorescent gemstones. We'll be learning more about those later on. Imagine some of these just with things like your banded agate. Sometimes with things like Botswana agate, you get those really relaxed kind of neutral tones, don't you? And that can be beautiful, but sometimes you want that banding to be following on, but you want a bit of a splash of something extra. Boy, oh boy, have you got it here. Hello everyone who's coming in. It's lovely to see you all. I know, you are getting yourself a complete and absolute bargain. They are beautiful, aren't they? They're going to go so well with everything. Lots of people are multi-buying on this. I've got people buying 2s and 3s, left, right and centre. £2.30 approximately per strand. I've worked out. I've got my producer to work out for me. £2.31. That is amazing. If you think, have you been seeing those adverts for the mystery strand pack? The mystery strand, you get 10, and it says they work out about £2.50 a strand. That's for a mystery, like, oh my goodness, bundle. Everyone's got to get it. Mystery strand, you know what you're going to get. They're going to work out about £2.50. I'm even beating the price of that, and that's been like our deal of the week, hasn't it? The deal of the month. It feels like it's been. That is absolutely sensational. Loads and loads and loads of you coming in. Hello everybody. We are doing a great deal on that for you today. Do check out those baskets. £6.95 for you now. I am moving on because I've got plenty to fit in. Loads to fit in. So I'm going to bring you some more treats. Oh, here's one for Team Amethyst. And Ben. I have got a brand new strand for you here, and it is an amethyst. And oh my goodness, Never ever been seen before, brand spanking new. It is absolutely beautiful. Lavender amethyst, beautiful, beautiful, bright lavender amethyst. Usually when we've got lavender amethyst though, you'd expect it to almost look a little bit watery in a way. This does not at all. This is like the purest tone of lilac I think I've ever seen in an amethyst. It really is sensational. The fact that these are hand carved to look like roses as well just makes them even better. Brand new strand. Be one of the first to own it today. Oh, they're beautiful, aren't they? Now, it is quite hard for you to see the detail on these, but if I just pick... Oh, sorry, I've just chopped that out of shot. If I just pick... I know, my fault. If I just pick one and show you the design... So it's easy to see in real life, as you can imagine, but you've got the kind of the opening area of the rose here that spans out to the larger petals. You've then got that band around the outside where on the back it actually turns into another rose. It is absolutely sensational. I love the fact that because these are carved in this manner, and it is very, very obvious to the eye that these are roses, they're beautiful. But what I like is even for you to see these at home, the way in which the light kind of dips and bends and hovers over each one of these that is individually hand carved. It is a brand spanking new strand, and I'm going to do you a great price to start you off today. If you adore and love amethyst, you're in the right place. If you love and adore, you know, this time of year we're thinking about flowers, aren't we? Even if we're not particularly into gardening. I was out in my garden again the other day. Even if you're not big into gardening, you know, at this time of year we do. Everyone starts wearing more florals, don't they? We all see more florals. You know, you got, even if you're just walking down your street, all of a sudden you might notice that people have got tulips erupting in their garden. You get these new blooms, and it's really, really beautiful. So these are something for everyone, really. If you love your florals, if you love your fashion, if you love amethyst, if you love the history of gemstones, and if you love new strands, you're in the right place. Especially if you love a bargain. £8.95 for you today on this brand spanking new strand. It is truly sensational. This strand is unlike any I've seen. Like I said, the colour on this is unique, it's individual. It's not your usual kind of lavender amethyst. It is though, if that makes sense. This is, I know this is going to sound super odd, but you know what I'm like, and I'm just going to say it. This is the most, I know it's called light amethyst, but this is the most lavender amethyst I've ever seen, even more lavender than other actual named lavender amethysts. Do you know what I mean? No? I do. There's lots of you coming in for this. Well done, who was the first person to own it? Gwyneth was first person to own this. Well done, everybody. It is sensational. So I did a bit of gardening. There's loads of you coming in. I did a bit of gardening on my days off. What did everyone else do? Ben, did you do anything exciting? Anything a bit different? Anything unusual?
Yeah.
What did you do, Ben?
Planted some courgette plants.
Courgettes planting. Not interested in that, right? Anything else, Ben? Anything else you want to tell us about? Look at him! Oh my gosh, he's gone bright red! It's amazing! Ben, I'm going to make you come and stand next to me now, please. Oh, please!
The second time in a day.
Come on, Ben.
It just feels lame.
It's not lame.
We got engaged. It's good, but like...
It's good, but like, right? Yeah.
It feels a bit like.
It's so nice, Ben.
Adult stuff.
Adult stuff. You are an adult, sweet. How long have you and Jodie been together?
Been together for 4 years. Been living together for a year. In sin.
Oh, and you're going to get married.
Yeah.
Any idea when?
Probably summer next year. So
Will I be invited?
Yeah.
No, promise me.
Yeah.
All of us want to know this.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone.
Everyone!
In the world.
Wait for your invite. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to ask all about it in the break. I'm so excited. How nice is that? Oh, Ben. Isn't that so lovely? Look at him, he's so bright red. Look at him. Oh, congratulations to Jodie as well. You poor, poor, lovely lady. So I've got loads of more treats coming up for you today. So for Team Amethyst, and engaged Ben. Oh my gosh, Ben's the only one in our entire group who's married or engaged or... That's amazing, isn't it? Ryan will be next, I think. Ryan will be next, won't he? How long have you been with your Mrs. Ryan? 10 years. He's showing you up. Ben is showing you up now. £8.95 for you today. Well done, absolutely everyone. Brand new strand there. I'm going to bring you something else that's scarcely seen. So scarcely seen. I've not even brought this to you yet. I'm so excited to do so though. It is our portfolio bag. Take a little look. It is JewelleryMaker branded. You've got those gorgeous bright bold colours that all of our bags currently have been branded as. So if you've got a few of our different bags, you're going to look super professional all carrying around the same pieces. You've got the portfolio bag here. It has got your sturdy straps. And it's got, loads of pockets. You can tell I've never brought this to you because I've never even opened this. Oh, look, there's loads of pockets. Okay. Oh, please get the texts in. Oh my gosh. I'll do this whilst we're reading them. Congratulations, Ben. This is my 15th wedding anniversary and getting married was the best thing I ever did. Oh, Hazel. Just think that could be you in 15 years, Ben.
Good. Well, like 16 years.
Well, 16 years, yeah. Oh, Hazel, congratulations. Have a really wonderful day. So kisses to you and your family. Oh, congratulations, Ben and Jodie. I wish you both good health and happiness from Sarah in Suffolk. Oh, I feel totes emotion. Oh, that's so lovely. How nice is that? But I suppose we better look at the portfolio bag. I could talk about this all day, though, couldn't you? Oh my gosh, he's literally just walking away from the camera now. Before I go on to the morning show, why can't I be a bridesmaid, first off? But before I move to the morning show, maybe we should have like an engagement party theme show. Brilliant.
Okay.
Okay, so in this portfolio bag you've got all of these little zippable slots, lots of different sizes, including ones that would be great for things like your friendly plastic. I'm picking up friendly plastic today. You've also got all of these big clear see-through bags with zips on. One of them, you've got some with the large zips. It's good because these are clear at the front and back, so if you wanted to put your change or whatever in, then you absolutely could. Little packets, perfect for earrings, look, these ones. Pair of earrings in here, pair of earrings in there, great for making it look nice, neat and tidy. Or if you're one of those people who just likes to carry all your jewellery around with you, so if someone goes, oh, I like the necklace you wear, and you say, oh, I made it, and they go, really? And you go, actually, I've got all of these other things as well, you know, selling on the spot. So you've got loads of those. You've got ones that are even smaller, and you've got these bigger size ones too. They all fold up like so. Your mini portfolio bag, last in stock opportunity. Your price point today, just £7.95. It's super duper sturdy. It's not as big and hefty as some of ours as well. So maybe if you know you do sort of have issues with lifting heavy things, this is just the perfect size. It's like a little clutch bag, isn't it? Could be going on a night out with this. Maybe not. £7.95. Can I have that text in, please? Oh, it is so exciting to be able to embarrass one of your team colleagues so much. This is like the highlight of my week so far. It is amazing. £7.95 on this. Did he propose properly? Nicola wants to know. Did you propose properly?
I was properly.
Did you get down on one knee?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, no you didn't!
Yeah, but I was like, darling, will it like...
What? Oh, I can't believe you got down on one knee! I don't know why
The dog was on the other knee.
The dog was on the other knee?
Because he was barking. It's like, you're going to ruin it, man, so you can...
So one knee bent and one knee with your dog on?
But it was kind of like a...
Oh, hey up, hey up.
Like a dog was there. So
Right, got you. That is romantic. How adorable. Proposed to by Ben and the dog. £7.95 for you. I've got another ready scene for you now. Now, if I say emerald to you, in general you'll be thinking, okay, that's pretty rarely seen. We don't really see emerald that often. We do now and again. Sometimes you'll see it 3, 4, even maybe 5 times a day. This one is scarcely seen though, because I've never seen sized emeralds this large before. average size of our emeralds online. I had a little nosy before, I did write it down, let me double check. Average, this is average, bearing in mind we've got 3 pages full on our website of emeralds. Our average size is round about a 6 by 7, 6 by 7, 6 by 8-ish. 13 by 7 mil. These are exceptional. To get yourself naturally, don't forget these are natural emeralds I've got for you here. They aren't filled, they're not irradiated, they're not heated. To get natural emerald is astonishingly rare. When we bring you natural emerald, we generally bring it to you in the smaller sizes. Reason being, getting natural emerald out of the ground that hasn't got lots of hairline fractures, which isn't, you know, likely to break when faceted, is almost impossible. Because when we find emerald, it's not like some gemstones. You know, some gemstones, when we find it in the ground, you can literally find, you know, a full kind of cuddle's worth. You can find, oh, romantic. You can find, you know, a huge amount in one place. Emerald's not like that. You find little deposits of it. So to get big sizes is almost unheard of. But then, to be able to get them and shape them and size them like this is then, again, almost unheard of. Like I said, 3 pages worth on our website at the moment of emerald, okay? Only one comes close to this in size, and the closest one to this in size is 244 carats. Bearing in mind, I've got 255 carats on this strand. So the closest in shaped and sized pieces is 245 carats. Now, we have got some online that are bigger sizes than this. We have got some that are around the 14 mil. But the thing about those is they are irregular shapes. So they're not shaped beautifully like this. They aren't these plain rondelles. They're all those kind of higgledy-piggledy, almost look a little bit like washed pebbles look, which is great, that's fine, because like I said, sometimes when you actually find a decent size of emerald, the last thing you want to do is kind of cut it off to make it all a nice size, but for this one we have. Bar that strand, the other strand that has the largest pieces, like I said, 245 carats is the one I'm speaking about, have all got regular shapes, they're all in drop form. That strand, which is the closest to this one we have on our website, is currently on our website at £34.95. There is no other that comes close to this strand on our website. It is the £34.95 strand. I'm nowhere near that on this strand. This is going to shock, I think. Last one I saw, £35, give or take 5p. Your price today, £19.95. Okay, listen, we're not just talking about, you know, a quarter carat on everyone here. No, this one in the centre must be around 10, maybe even 15 carats worth. Don't forget, when we talk about a carat, we're talking about the weight of a genuine gemstone. Carat weight can only be applied to genuine gemstones, and when we talk about a carat, we talk about 5 carats to every gram. So you have got a serious carat weight on here. Imagine going and trying to buy, say, oh, I don't know, an engagement ring of emerald, and try and get maybe one that is approximately a carat's worth. How much would that set you back? For a carat's worth of emerald, it could set you back a lot. For 10, maybe even 15 carats worth of emerald, you might have to remortgage your house, to be honest. Today, I'm going to do something scarcely seen, even more. I'm dropping the price. No need for this whatsoever, we're just doing it. £14.95. That's a price what you would never ever expect for this amount, carat weight wise, of emerald. The fact that it's natural emerald as well. Don't forget, for me, natural emerald on the market in general, natural emerald will fetch a 50% higher price point than that has been filled with glass. But we see that time and time again, you know. All of the main retailers that you can think of will fill their emerald at some point or another. So the fact that you've got natural here, we're expecting a 50% price hike, but actually, if you think about it, from the other strands that I've told you, the £35 strand, the closest one to this on the website for carat weight, but also for regular shaping, you've got yourself 50% off from the price of that strand, realistically, almost, because the other strand was over that, because the last strand was £34.95. Come on in, get it whilst you can, because honestly, The thing I love about this is it's natural, they're huge, they're beautiful. I've just dropped the price, and let's face it, even if you're showing this to a 10-year-old child, they're probably going to guess it's emerald. And that is a really important thing sometimes, because sometimes if you're planning on making a quick sale, or if you're planning on, you know, giving something to someone special and maybe you don't want to talk about it too much for one reason or another, you don't have to with this. It's clear it's emerald. You've got emerald tones here. $14.95. Well done, everyone. I've got triple buyers on this. I've got double buyers on this as well. Names are about to go off my screen. $14.95. Text in. If you put a heart head pin through the middle, they'd make exquisite cufflinks. Sarah? Ben, for your wedding?
Cufflinks?
Yes, cufflinks. Yeah, you've got to wear a suit on your wedding, Ben.
Very grown up.
That's very grown up. You've just got engaged, pal. That's more grown up than cufflinks.
I suppose.
I suppose. You can't get engaged in that poncho you sometimes come in. You sometimes come in work in a poncho.
I was thinking like a big peacock feather sort of purple top hat.
Purple top hat.
Peacock feathers.
Peacock feathers.
Yeah.
Right, so is it a carnival theme, is it, sweets?
Yes.
Is Jodie aware of this?
Decided.
Just decided.
Yes.
Does Jodie know?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what Jodie says, shall we? This is about to sell out. I've not got many of these left at all. I'm in my last chance saloon on it right now. Well done, everyone who got this, because it's an heirloom piece. It's beautiful. And when you get it home, you can think, oh, Ben might be wearing these as cufflinks next year. £14.95 for you today. Bringing you another scarcely seen now. This is a gemstone that genuinely we very, very, very rarely see. And I've got to be honest, I think one of the reasons we don't, well, I know one of the reasons we don't see it, yields of this gemstone is minimal. I mean minimal. When we talk about yields as well, you know, what are we talking about? We're talking about, it's not necessarily what you're taking out of the ground. Yields is more about, compared to the rough, how much you're getting, if that makes sense. So yield on this is almost minimal, because we have to go through a heck of a lot of rough to get tiny, tiny, tiny aspects of this gemstone. It is your garnet, but it's just not any ordinary garnet. It is colour change garnet. Does what it says on the till. Does what it says on the tin, because essentially this gemstone in different light sources will change colour. It goes a multitude of different colours, which of course I can't show you in the studio lights right here, because I just have one set of fluorescent lights pointing towards me, so obviously you can't see this differently. But this does change quite a lot, whether or not you have it in your fluorescent light, in your incandescent light, and whatever it might be. Can you see it a little bit on the recording? Yeah, let's have a little look on the recording. So these are going to be in two different light sources. There you go. So this is how this gemstone changes colour. In one type of light it goes this beautiful fiery yellow, and then in others it goes this deepest, darkest, almost emerald green actually. So this is just in two different light sources. Your garnet will be one colour when you're wearing it inside, it'll be another colour when you're wearing it in work, it'll be a different colour when you're wearing it at home, it'll be a different colour when you wear it to the theatre. It's a beautiful, naturally occurring, changing gemstone. Your price point today for 85 carats worth here today is just £14.95. But the thing is, we find it hard sometimes to show you how much of a colour change this can have. So we want people to give it a go themselves. Therefore we've dropped the price, £9.95 for you. Naturally occurring, changing colour gemstone. Take a look at the screen for a minute or two. If you've never seen colour change garnet, just pop down the iron and take a look. How it goes in two different lights, from your incandescent to your fluorescent. How it changes in light. It is sensational, isn't it? Lowest ever price point, $9.95, stunning gemstone. Well done, everybody. Scarcely seen is the theme, but this next one we've never seen. It's never been
On the screen.
on your screen. That's obscene. What do you mean? Oh, stop. Quit while I'm ahead. Brand new strand, tiger's eye. Brand new strand, ladies and gentlemen, of stunning tiger's eye. Take a little look. Oh, I absolutely adore tiger's eye. Tiger's eye, okay, what is it? This is a gemstone which naturally has this appeal. Can you see that blast of the gold over the surface of this? That as I move it, it will change, it will flash. That's not banding, that's something we call chatoyancy. It is essentially an optical effect that takes place under the surface of the gemstone, and it is due to the fact that you have lots of fibrous inclusions within it, in this gemstone that are worked out in parallel lines, and essentially interacts with the light in a peculiar and mysterious way, which means you get this beautiful burst of chatoyancy. Chatoyancy is something that we sometimes compare to a cat's eye. So when a cat's eye opens and closes, you get that kind of you know, glow, as it were. You have got here a brand new strand. This is totally natural. We haven't dyed it, we haven't put a coating on it to give it this chatoyancy. This is just what this gemstone of high quality can do. Don't get me wrong, not all tiger's eye will show off as much as this strand is, but it's because this strand is seriously high quality. It's also because this strand has huge pieces. Really big pieces. 12 mil for you on these today. You have got lots of you already coming in. I've just been told there's a few people waiting on the phone lines. We will be with you in approximately 40 seconds, so stay where you are. 0800 644 655. Your price point today for your brand new strand. Anyone want a launch price? I have to say, before we drop this, we're going to do a launch price. I can't guarantee we can do this price again. This is a premiere price offer. Get it whilst you can. It will go back up in price tomorrow at 9. £6.95 for you today. Brand spanking new strand of your stunning tiger's eye. It is really, really beautiful. It's lovely that on this strand you've got so much of that chatoyancy kind of effect, and that is purely due to Mother Nature first off, but also due to the fact that we have our lapidary to cut this in such a beautiful, big, large, bold size. It is sensational. £6.95. People love a premiere price, don't they? Look at you all. Look at you all popping in. This is going nice with your shirt today, Ben.
Yeah.
Who's talking about? Did someone say that his purple top hat idea was a good idea? Is that what someone's saying? We've had a text in. Mary, hello Mary. She says purple top hat sounds great with emerald chunky bracelet. Would go well with that. Mary, I love that idea.
And some mauve trousers.
Some mauve trousers. That is bold. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. If Ben got married just in a normal black suit, we'd all be disappointed.
Yeah, it suck.
That would that would suck. Yeah, you're right. It's just not you, is it, Ben? No. £6.95 for you today. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you've lot have had a lovely day off. I do. Probably not as exciting as Ben's. Probably not.
Might have been.
It might have been. It might have been. Oh, Ben, I'm so chuffed for you. What if it's Pete next?
Ooh.
It'll be Ryan, won't it? It'll probably be Ryan, Helena. It will be you? Are you joking? Then it'll probably be, hopefully, me, then Pete. I can say that because Pete's not in today. £6.95 for you today. Well done. Brand new strands. Lovely to be one of the first newbies. Say it to me. 26. I love these. I love these. I love these. Have a look. These are stunning. Closed jump rings, twisted detail. Do you love watching Fleur and Debbie B do their chainmail? Because we've seen both of them actually of recent months do work with closed jump rings like this. You can of course open these up if you want to, but you can even work with them closed and just almost use these as the centre even to span out from with your chainmail. Even if you're not into your chainmail, these are just great to set as almost a frame to a cameo. If you wanted to do polymer clay with these, then you absolutely absolutely could, because they are copper based, so you can actually bake these. They'll be lovely if you wanted to do maybe a nice printed design. If you've got those little, you know, the moulds that have things like the faces and the flowers in, you could mould those into there and have that almost as your cameo frame or your bezel. You can, of course, inlay photographs within these as well. We did a designer inspiration on it, a while ago now. Probably probably about 1.5 years ago now. We did a design inspiration with Debbie Bulford, and she talked to us and showed us how to insert pictures into polymer clay and then how to frame them. These would be perfect for that. Really, really perfect for it. Take a little look back on it on our YouTube page if you wish. It was with me, and that's one of the reasons I remember it. I have got for you here these beautiful gold-plated flat round jump rings. Oh, that's catchy. 20 mil on these, and you've got 20 pieces in total. They are just beautiful, aren't they? I really, really like them. You have got a massive amount here. Get them whilst you can. Your price point. That is a sensational price. We rarely see anything like this at all. Rarely, rarely see it. They are beautiful, the fact that they've got this really nice flat detail, but when you spin it to the side, look, super duper fine. So you've got that gorgeous juxtaposition there, haven't you, of big, bold, chunky statement to really dainty and delicate, simply by working with how you twist it. It's just sensational. Well done, everyone who's coming in to get these. It is sensational for you to get them. If maybe Jodie lost her engagement ring, you could use one of these, Ben.
Yeah.
If she has very little fingers, look, it fits on my little finger. Look at that.
Or a sweet.
Or a sweet. These are a bit posher though.
They're posher though.
They're a bit posher. And how long would a sweet last? You couldn't do the washing up then, Ben, could she?
Oh no, that would be tragic.
That would be tragic. $6.95, well done everyone. I just think they're absolutely gorgeous. Even if you just snipped and linked them together, they'd be fab, wouldn't they? We are bringing to you now something very scarcely seen. It's only actually been seen once before on Designer Inspiration. I'm going to bring it to you again. I brought it to you last time. I absolutely love and adore these. I think they are so unique, so individual, and actually I think they go really well with your second Designer Inspiration, that Celtic knot design that we've got in the second DI, because you've got this gorgeous tribal, almost Aztec-like design on every single one of these. Do you want to have a little look? White and black agate. Take a look, I'll show you around one and then I'll show you the strand. How sensational is that? You've got that almost etched design to these, haven't you? You've got that beautiful effect. Every single one of these has this wonderful kind of Aztec tribal design upon it, which is so in right now, fashion-wise, but it's one of those things that never really goes out of style or out of fashion. One of these really simply threaded just onto a leather cord would be fab for any gents jewellery, especially at this time of year where, you know, gents jewellery in particular becomes a little bit more casual, doesn't it? You think of the surfer, you know, bracelets and your surfer necklaces as well. This would be perfect for one of those, especially when you see the size of the drill hole. Bearing in mind, look at the amount of temporary strands you've got going through here. You've got about 6, maybe 7 temporary strands going through, and still it is huge. So you're going to be able to get leather cords through this easy, easy peasy. They're so beautiful and so unique and individual and different. I think they're going to be great as just a nice bar design. They are going to be wonderful for your more casual and relaxed, because let's face it, not everyone loves the big, you know, highly faceted, blingy pieces, do they? Some people want that casual thing they can throw on, nip down the shops, nip down the beach. Oh, that sounds like a nice day out, that. Oh, let's all go. And they just want to be able to throw some on and feel a little bit glam. Well, you've got it here. These are 230 carats worth of your totally unique, individual, I've never seen anything like this before, agate rice beads. Your price paid today? £11.95 for you today. Come on in, come and get them whilst you can. You've only ever seen these once on Designer Inspiration before, and I have to say that quantity wise we're not up there. We are only in double figures for our quantity, so if you want to get them whilst you can, because they're unique, they're different, and if you don't own this strand, I doubt you actually own anything else that looks like this, because I've never seen anything similar to this before at all. What would you do with this one, Tracey?
Again, I think they suit both summer and winter designs, to be honest. Yes, simply on their own for a summer bangle, bracelet, corded, fantastic, and then plenty of them together for a winter design.
Yeah, fab,
Yeah,
wouldn't they? Be absolutely
absolutely.
fab. Come on in and get these ones. There's a few of you on the phone, so do feel free to come on through for those 0800 644 655. And if you are new to us today, welcome. My name's Becky. Ben's my senior tech op, and he's just got engaged. When did you propose?
Yesterday about 6:15.
Yes, actually, and I've got a bone to pick with you. Do you know how I found out about this? Pip upstairs told me.
Well, I haven't really seen. I only decided.
I haven't really seen anyone. We were messaging each other about tea the other day for ages.
That was before.
That was no excuse, Ben. Hang your head. Welcome everyone. We are here on Design Inspiration, and what Design Inspiration is about is we'll bring you a kit and then we'll go over to our guest designer and we'll be able to learn some of the pieces that they have made for us. So I've got that coming up in a second. I've just got one more strand for you, so you can get yourself ready, Tracey. I'll be over with you in a minute, and we'll be over to have a look at what Tracey is doing for us. This is our last one for this section, and I'm just trying to put this back on the T-bar. Okay, where to? 22. Oh, it is lovely Tracey's challenge. So we gave Tracey this challenge just before the show to get started on. Have you got started on it yet?
Ish, yes.
Ish.
I've got a pair of earrings. That's as far as I've got so far.
Oh, perfect. That's good enough so far. We have got here for you your very patriotic gems. Why? Because they are red, white and blue. You have got a beautiful array here of your gemstones. I think they're just lovely, aren't they? You've got genuine lapis lazuli here. Really beautiful lapis lazuli from #1 location for lapis. You can tell actually, if I put it across for you, you can always see Afghanistan lapis lazuli because the internal iron inclusions, can be iron, can be lots of other ones, but let's say iron for now. The inclusions are essentially spread out very, very evenly. It's quite hard for you to see under these lights, but essentially you get this big, beautiful, bold gemstone, and then you get this metallic kind of dispersion underneath, on top and underneath the surface of this one. It is really, really beautiful. Beautiful strand. I absolutely adore it. And don't forget as well, our Afghanistan lapis lazuli essentially is from a location which is such a high altitude that we can't even get there with things like machinery or cars or lorries, and actually we have to do a 2-day trek on horseback to bring this from the mine to an area where we can actually transport it. So these will have come down from this huge altitude, a 2-day trek, to be taken anywhere on horseback. But it's worth it because it is, for me anyway, the best location to get your lapis. I've also got for you here a lovely 2 strands of shell. One of them is your really nice delicate red strand, and you've got 4 mil here. You have that lovely iridescence just balancing underneath the surface of these. If I spin it, you'll be able to see it even better. And then I've got the white strand as well. So these ones are obviously a little bit larger. You've got your 6 mil on these ones. Got a really beautiful sheen underneath the surface of these. White shell on their 6 mil. Natural white shell. Your price point today, that's already a really good price. Really good price. Oh my gosh, that's just reminding me. Can I just say to you, you're not going to believe this kit. That's all I'm saying. Can't say much more. £7.95 for you today. That is your price point on this. It is your patriotic gems, 70 carats worth of lapis lazuli, and those 2 strands of lovely shell today at £7.95. And don't forget, you get 3 of these strands, which are beautiful and stunning and unusual, and in some cases very remote. But you also get for absolutely free. No pennies, no pounds, for nothing, nout, 0, zilch, free inspiration. From Tracey, what are we thinking of doing with these apart from the earrings?
Well, I've got a bit of wire out, so I've started a little bit of wire work with them for some earrings. So yes, either matching bracelet or necklace to go with it, I think.
Fantastic, that sounds really, really beautiful. $7.95, get them whilst you can because the colourway is absolutely beautiful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we are doing a silver clay and metal clay show for you today. When we've put the kits together, we have made a kit for everyone because we understand that a lot of you will love the look of the metal clays, but maybe you've not tried it out yet and, oh, do I dare, do I not dare? Or maybe some of you, you know, love the design, but actually prefer to do it in polymer clay, for example, or maybe you just prefer to learn the techniques, but actually you don't want to get your hands on the metal clay right now. So what we've decided to do so that everyone can get involved is we've brought both of your kits without the metal clay. You can have that later on though, obviously, if you want to. But the great thing about these kits is they are going to suit everybody because there are some stunning pieces in both, including a lot of gold-plated 925 in this first one in particular. I think you're going to be absolutely blown away by the price. I, for one, was absolutely shocked. Did you get that picture I sent you, boys? The last one, I called it last one. It was a screenshot of a price. You did. You did. Whoa, meters worth of 925 gold chain. 2 meters worth of 925 gold chain. Okay, we do not generally get your 925 chain in meter lengths, do we? Never, ever, ever. We've also got for you here 1 meter's worth of another gold chain. The difference in these is obviously the design. You've got this one which is called a Rolo chain and it's 2 mil. Essentially they're made up of these beautiful perfect-esque circles that are interlinked really nicely. It means you get a lovely articulation on the chain. And then you've got this larger chain here, which is a 3x2 chain. And again, a beautiful high quality shine on these, not only because the base of it is genuine 925, but also because you do have that 9 carat gold over the top of these. Really beautiful. It's great that we've got 2 meters worth of chain in here. It doesn't happen often at all, as you know. And I think a lot of people who are already coming through for this are probably coming through just because they've seen the chain. Their chain, love it, amazing. It is a sensational little one. Sensational price point I'm going to. I'm really blown away. Next up, I'm going to bring to you another chain, but it's slightly different. It's a gemstone chain that I'm bringing for you here. So this is beautiful, beautiful. 925 gemstone chain. So we've obviously got that deepest, richest red garnet on here, but again, it is on a silver chain. So you have got in here 10 carats worth, and they are faceted rondelles that we have on there. 925 is the silver on this. We're sticking with the same gemstone, but we're wrapping it in gold with this one. Again, it's red garnet. Oh, I'm gonna have to pop these down. I've got to get my torch out for this. Take a look. I'm getting 5 of these in total. Going to be perfect for things like earrings. Going to be great for things like connectors as well. Imagine using these as a connector and just doing 2 lengths worth of your chain from either side of those loops. Going to be really pretty. These have been crafted and created so that you get that light balance through the back of these, because they are opened at the back. Sometimes we will cover the back of a gemstone, but with this one we haven't, because the clarity and the richness and the depth of that genuine garnet is so impeccable that we want the light to be able to travel through. You're getting no extinction points on this whatsoever, which is really, really spectacular. So you're getting 5 of these, and again, by the way, genuine 925 we've got here, enveloped in genuine gold. So all of this is genuine 925. These are 9 mil approximately, and you are getting 5 of those in total. Just gorgeous as a little ring, isn't it? Beautiful. Okay, so 5 of those. We've also got your connectors as well. The connectors have been picked because they go absolutely perfectly colour-wise and quality-wise with the chain. They are your lobster claw clasps. You're not just getting 1 of these, you are getting 2. And they are a bigger size of the lobster claw clasp, so it doesn't only mean you're getting more precious metal, it also means a little bit less fiddly. So let's reiterate, you're getting 2 meters worth of genuine 925 gold plated chain in 2 different designs, so 1 meter of each. You're getting 5 of these connectors. You're right, you know, it's a totally different kit to what we normally do. Oops, sorry. You got a totally different kit to what we normally would have. So 5 of these in total. You've also got 2 of those lobster claw clasps as well. And you've got that 925 gemstone chain with those gorgeous red garnet. I need to show you something. It's a picture. Just shush, Eleanor. Well, I think they should be able to see it. I don't know why they shouldn't be able to. So, you know, I talk about, you know, prices quite a lot. We always do here at Designer Inspiration. We talk about prices and how much you're saving on a bundle and how much you're saving on a kit. And now and again we'll talk about RRP, because when we show you a price, like I'm about to show you, let's show them the should be price. I'm about to show you the should be price. $52.75, but that's not the RRP, and I talked to you about this a lot. That's not the RRP. That is the current price that if you were to go and buy these things individually from our website, then that's how much you would be paying. Now that's because, for example, say we played this meter's worth of chain, I don't know, say we played it 5 days ago or whatever, and say we took £10 off this, that would already been counted into the price. So the RRP would be, say, $62.75. But actually, we've had a few of these for quite some time now, and we've price dropped quite a few of them of late. So this is a screenshot of my RRP page. So that's exactly what you're seeing right now. That is the real price that this should be before any discounts, and that is the price that it is at the moment. Your price point today is rolling down though. We're going to roll it down. You're rolling it down. From the web price, you're saving over £15. £32.95. Even from the web price, that 52, you're actually saving yourself over £19 on this today. We hardly ever price discount things like, you know, your gemstone chains. We do now and again, but hardly do we price drop things like your connectors, do we? Very, very rarely. Very, very rarely. It's lovely that we're bringing all of this to you at that amazing price point, though, because if you think about it, we've bundled them up here. That's essentially what Designer Inspiration kit is, isn't it? It's a collection that we give to Tracey or our guest designer, and they get to work with for a couple of weeks. They get to make what they like with it, and then essentially we put it all together in a bundle, so we're able to give you great price discounts like this. This is an absolute and complete bargain. You can see it, I can see it, but also it's not just that it's a bargain, it's actually a bundle, that a kit even, and a bundle that I've never seen anything like it before. I've never seen a bundle or a kit with 2 meters worth, well, you know, 2.5 meters worth, say, of chain and 925 gold plate connectors. It just doesn't happen until today. Until today. And I am here with lovely Tracey. How are you, Tracey?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good. We are going to be learning to work with silver clay today.
Indeed.
So, for people who've maybe never worked with silver clay before, or who've never seen you before, tell us a little bit about how you got into it.
I got into it purely by accident, in all honesty. I've been working for a local college, local authority, teaching various art and design courses, and the college decided that they were going to remove all the courses I was teaching, and I was going to take jewellery making classes instead, teach jewellery making. I just thought, eek, no. But I started with some basic bead and wire, and then I accumulated a lot of things, like most of our viewers out there. I accumulated a lot of things, went off to a craft fair to sell them, and was next to a lady that worked in polymer clay. And I was like, oh, I did that 20 years ago as well, so where do I get polymer clay from now? So she gave me a website. I went onto the website, saw metal clay, and just clicked on that button, and it was that fanfare moment of this is what you've been looking for. And I've never looked back. I kind of, yeah, got involved in it straight away, and kind of just left everything behind. So metal clay has been my passion ever since.
Brilliant. Oh, that's so nice. I think a lot of people can kind of connect with that, really, because sometimes you do just get that fanfare moment. And maybe this is your fanfare moment. Take a look at Tracey's jewellery. Aren't these pieces just beautiful? They are sensational, aren't they? They are so, so beautiful. We are working with the highest end of the highest end here, and I'm going to bring you some silver clay right now, actually, just because you can talk to us about silver clay, because not everyone's seen it before, like you said, Joe, until you kind of stumbled across it. You hadn't heard about it. So from very, very basics, what is silver clay?
Silver clay is silver that's been reclaimed from industrial processes, such as the film industry, medical supplies. Silver is a natural waste product. So there's companies out there which buy up the waste and extract the silver back out of it. Now it's things like X-ray films, computer parts, teeth extractions. That's where it comes from. And I was lucky enough to go off to Japan to actually go and see and observe the process happen. So it was absolutely fascinating. So that getting the silver out, if I take the example of, say, the X-ray films, that comes into the factory and they dip that into a vat of chemical which dissolves down the cellulose of the film, and all the silver particles are then suspended in the chemical. They dip in electrodes, and electrodes are like big silver bars. They put that into the chemical, which attracts all the silver particles, and as they pull it out, it looks like clusters of sugar hanging on. So they scrape that off, and they begin to grind it down, and they grind it down really, really fine, to almost like a fine powder. I guess it's as fine as talcum powder. Mix it with an organic binder, now that's the secret recipe, and water. So what you get is something that looks and handles and shapes like clay.
And that is exactly what I have the chance to bring you right now. And I'm going to bring it you in kind of the simplest form, I suppose, in its clay form. So what we've got here is your silver clay. Now, this isn't 925, is it? It's a step above and beyond.
It's 999 quality.
Absolutely. So this that we have here is essentially just the prime, isn't it? The creme de la creme. You have got here wonderful silver clay. I've got 20 grams worth in this pack. It is so simple to use, it genuinely is. So long as you work with it with a little bit of love, care and attention, you're going to be able to create some sensational pieces for yourself or for your loved ones. I have got here for you 20 grams worth in total, so you're getting loads here. If you think on average, you know, your, let's say, average engagement ring is around about 2.5–3 grams worth of precious metal. You're getting 20 grams worth here. Boy, oh boy, you should have waited. You could have made your own then. So you have got here 20 grams worth of wonderful 99.9% silver clay. Super easy to use. We're going to get lots of inspiration today, including how to create beautiful kind of rivet effects and hinges. Your price point today is just £39.95 for you today. MLAC09, and this is going to go on for a long time, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it'll last you, you know, it's being careful about the way you design your pieces, really, being thoughtful.
Yeah, absolutely. So do come in and get this whilst you can, and we'll see exactly how to use it right now. Let's go.
Okay, so the design I've come up with today really is a techniques-based workshop. So we're making some bezels which we can embed some colour into, and that can be in all sorts of forms. I've used a little bit of polymer clay and resin into this piece, so I'll show you that a bit later, but it's open for all sorts of things. And then it's the first step of making a hinge. Fab. So yeah, very techniques based. So brilliant. I've got my design. Here's my design. Here, so I've drawn it out in pencil on my tracing paper, and I'm going to take each of these in turn. So drawn it out again. Here we go. Here's the first one. So I'm going to fold this in half, and I can see that through my tracing paper, and I fold it in half so that as I cut it symmetrically. It's as simple as that. Oops, fold it in half and use my scissors to cut out my paper pattern. And then I'm going to use Badger Balm on my paper pattern so that when I get this onto my clay, it's not going to stick.
So if we don't have Badger Balm, can we use any type of petroleum jelly?
Not petroleum. Petroleum can actually interfere with the sintering of the particles. So we use Badger Balm, or you can use other sort of lavender-based balm.
The lavender ones.
Yeah,
we used to do the
balm.
lavender ones in our starter kit, didn't we? So if you still have that.
Yeah. Now I'm just using plenty of balm onto my little paper template. I find that works best for me. And I'm going to Badger Balm up my little work mat in front of me there as well. Opening my clay, taking out my clay, and just give it a quick roll in my hands, fast and hard, to get it into one consistent lump. Now I'm going to use my spacer bars. Now I like using spacer bars rather than cards. That's just a personal choice. But if you're using cards here, you would roll this out 4 cards thick.
So when we're talking about cards, we're talking about playing cards.
Playing cards, yes.
And what you can do is just glue together 4 playing cards essentially on top of each other. Do that twice so you've got an even rolling surface like
so
this.
I've used my 1 mil thick or 4 playing cards, and then I've got my favourite bit of texture, simple piece of wallpaper. Now this is really nice and shallow, so it's going to give me just a very subtle effect of texture in there. Just gives you that very gentle stipple. I don't know if that can pick up on the camera. Then I'm going to take my little template, pop it on top, and I'll just roll over again to make sure that adheres to the surface. It stops it from travelling around as I cut it. So I'm going to use my needle tool, dip that in Badger Balm again, and whoops, did I say that was going to stop travelling? It's not travelling. And just pierce this out. So lift away the excess. That just comes away really nicely, usually. There we go. Do you know, every time. And around the outside. And then I'm going to lift away the excess and just pop that to dry on my little dryer beside me here. Now I've got a little cup warmer here at the side of me, but this could go into your domestic oven to dry, or just on a windowsill to dry. You know, I'll just pop that to one side to dry.
Fab.
And here's one that's dried earlier.
Fab.
Okay, so just to move it on. Now in the original design we've got 2 shapes here. We've got the bottom section and we've got the top section. So of course I would do the top section exactly the same. Let them dry. Once they're dry, you're ready to move them on to the next stage.
Fab.
So the next stage is actually to put a back on this. At the moment you can see the hollow, if you like. So putting the back on, I'm just going to roll out my clay once again. This time I'm going a little thinner with my spacers. I don't need it full thickness. This time I'm using these spacers. Now these are 0.75 mil thick or 3 cards thick.
Okay.
And again I can texture this all over again. Roll over once with conviction. There we go. Pop that to one side. Now I'm going to add this onto here. Now to join these together I need a little water. So I'm going to use my spritz bottle just to spritz a very thin layer of water onto the surface of that piece of clay. Take my little piece and drop it on top. Now I just want to very gently make sure that I get good connection between these 2 layers. So I just pop my tissue blade over the top and just gently press down so that the water will start to suck up into this plaster dry stage and get a really good seal and connection between the 2 layers.
Fab.
Needle tool again, and I'm going to pierce around the outside like so, just to remove all the excess. Lift away. There we go. Pop that under my little pot, and again set this aside to dry. I take things in very small stages. Of course you do the same with this top section as well, and and get those fully dried before you move on to the next.
And how long does it take to fully dry them?
Now,
I did it on my windowsill today. It's
okay,
sunny.
if they're on your windowsill at home, they're going to take, I would give them about 24 hours to dry, just to be sure. It will really depend on how hot or how cold your house is. But yes, I would give them a good 24 hours to dry if you put them on your windowsill. You can put them into your domestic oven. In your domestic oven, they'll dry on about 120 degrees for about 20 minutes.
Brilliant. Okay,
don't go too high. The secret to drying things is low and slow. And then they won't warp.
Yes.
They'll stay nice and flat.
Okay.
Okay, so while we're waiting for that to dry, the next thing I'm going to make is the little loop, the little bail at the top. And I'm going to use a simple straw to help me do that. So once again, if I get some clay, roll this out. I'm going to go back to using my 1mm spacers for this. So that's my 4 cards thick again. Just switch those out. You've got to make sure that as you work with your clay, you haven't got any cracks, lines or marks in it really, because what you see is what you get. It's not going to disappear in the firing process. So as you roll it out, look at it carefully and make sure that you've got a nice even surface. I'm just going to trim this down a little either side, like so, and like so again. On 3 sides actually, I'm going to trim that down. Pop that underneath again. And now I'm going to transfer that little bit of clay onto some cling film here. So if I lift my clay up, pop it onto some cling film, I'm going to take my straw, move it up so you can see what's happening, take my straw and use the cling film to help me roll it over the straw. Does that make sense?
I see what you mean.
Yeah, it just kind of picks it up for you. Rolls it over the straw until you get a little connection. And I'm going to put a little line of syringe just down here to make sure that this seals completely closed.
Fantastic. I have got that coming up for you in a second or two.
Okay. And again, once again, I will pop this to one side to dry. So I'm going to pop that, take that out of the cling film, pop it on my little dryer there to dry off.
Wonderful. So you've seen that lovely Tracey's just used the syringe there, almost as a glue.
Well, yes, it can be used as a glue, but it can be used to stand alone by itself. You can use it to draw, to make patterns and to fill spaces and do all sorts of wonderful things with it.
Almost like, you know, sugar crafters.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit like that. So in this syringe you get 10 grams worth of the wonderful silver clay, 99.9% genuine silver, don't forget, and it comes in the similar clay form as we've seen before. All you have to do once you've kind of opened it up really is just make sure that the nib of it's always just resting in some water, keep it nice and fresh. It's really, really very easy to use, as you've seen lovely Tracey do there, and it's great for things like applying your bails like we've just done. Your price point today for your syringe with the silver clay is just £24.95. You're great, you can draw swirls with this, you can write names with this, you can do your own little squiggles and designs with this. If you got that tribal agate before, imagine mimicking the design on that tribal agate with this. Wouldn't that be gorgeous? £24.95 is the price of this today. Get that one whilst you can, because we don't have silver clay on very often, so it's always good to get it whilst you can. And if you've never tried it before, this is such a simple way to get involved, especially if you can just kind of draw nice random patterns with it and create something really beautiful. So treat yourself. £24.95.
Okay, next we're moving on to making the little hinge itself. So I'm back to my 0.75mm spacer bars, or 3 cards thick, and again roll out a little piece of clay. No texture this time, but make sure your clay is nice and fresh and in good condition, because it will really help you with this little section here. So I'm rolling this out like so, sticking to my tile. Again, I'll pop a piece of cling film in front of me because this will help. And what I've got next is a little piece of rod. This is 0.8mm gauge brass rod. You can use sterling silver if you want to, but the 0.8mm works really well. And now I'm just going to put a line of syringe down the length of here. And this does 2 things. will stop this little rod from travelling, and it will fill in the gap and space I'm going to, as I roll this over. So once again, I'm going to use my cling film to roll this over. Just gently pat it down and make sure that I push that little rod back with my fingers. I'm going to take my little spacer bar and just gently ease it onto the top here. I want to make sure that there's no gap in the side, so let me just take a look. If I open this up, I can see a great big gap. If I hold it up to the camera, hopefully you can see that. You see a great big gap here right now.
Just turn it to Ben.
No, turn it to Ben.
That's it.
There you go.
Yeah,
can you see that?
I see. Perfect.
There's a whopping
Yeah,
big
okay.
gap. Right, I want to
Forward.
lose that gap altogether. I need it to be really tight. So I'm just going to manipulate this a little bit more in the cling film, tucking it in, pushing it back. Let's see if I can show you. There we go. That's better. If I hold it again towards Ben, if you can see again.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Can you see that? That's much smaller, isn't it?
That's better, but it's still not perfect, but I'm on the right track.
Fab.
Okay, now I'm going to use my ruler and pop this up beside my little, this is going to make the hinge, and I'm going to just mark this off with my tissue blade. I'm marking this off at half centimetre increments. Okay, now I only need 3 knuckles, but I'm going to get quite a few out of this.
That's good, really good.
Alright, so now I'll set this aside to dry.
Fantastic.
Just as it is. I don't need to do too much more than that.
Wonderful. Just whilst you're popping that on to dry, I'm going to give people, because someone has just messaged in saying, oh, using a pokey tool to cut it out. Can we use, I've got a finer one than this, but things like this to cut out around.
You certainly can. I mean,
like you did with the first the template.
The finer your needle, obviously, the closer you're going to get to your pieces. But yes, you can use that.
I've got lots of different sized heads on this one. This is your carving tool set, and it is fab. It's great for things like polymer. If you're a candle maker like myself, then it's perfect for etching into your pieces. You have lots and lots of different designs in here. With polymer, etc., you can use things like these ones to create scale shapes just by sort of pinching it into your polymer. You can use really kind of funky shaped ones. You can use this pre or post bake. So you can actually use certain ones, for example this one which we said you can cut out your shapes with. You can actually use ones like these to actually etch designs into your polymer clay once it's baked and almost do drawings within there. It looks really, really beautiful, especially if you apply a gleam to it afterwards. It's really, really nice. So lots and lots of different ones here. Now it actually says that you're getting a 12 tool piece. I think that is a massive underestimation because you are getting 12 tools, but they're double-headed, so really you're getting 24, aren't you, in a way, because you're getting one on each end. Lots of different shapes, so if you look at them, you can see all of the ones that you've got there on screen, but it also comes in this little pouch as well, which just makes it super-duper easy and safe to carry around with you. So, this is what we've got here today. Your JewelleryMaker polymer clay, metal clay, wax, whatever you want it to be, tool. Hey, friendly plastic would be perfect with this too. Your price point today for 24 is just £9.95 for you today. It's a really sensational price point. Oh yeah, Tracy likes that price point. I saw you smiling and nodding then.
It's great.
Great, aren't they?
Yeah.
£9.95 for you.
They're really useful for doing all sorts of tasks and with your metal clay as well. Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah.
Fab. So do get these whilst you can. Polymer clay, £9.95. WUGX51 is your code on this one today for you. Get it whilst you can. Do check out those baskets. I've not got that much of a stock on this one, but honestly, it's one of those things that's just great for a multitude of pieces, so get it whilst you can. Okay, Tracy, I'm with you.
Okay, so moving on. Assuming now that all your pieces have dried, I'm going to take this little piece first of all, my square one.
Yeah.
So my square one is obviously one I prepared earlier. My little triangular one is still drying on my dryer there. So I need to file and tidy these up now. I've got simple emery board or if you've got more sophisticated files, you can use those as well. Just file up around the edges to really clean up and make sure you've got a seamless finish here around the edges. Now if you do have any space between your two layers, sometimes, you know, it's obvious that you've joined two layers together. You really want to get rid of that. So if you use some of your paste or slip, this is your paste, you can use it like you would a polyfiller. So if you've got a line or a crack in a wall, you fill it in, you let it dry, and then you sand it back. And you're going to do exactly the same with your paste, really. If you've got something, a mark or a line that you want to fill, you fill it in, wet finger over the top, just let it dry, and then you're going to tidy it up by sanding. Okay.
Sanding it down, perfect.
So that's that piece, and obviously you do the two pieces the same. For your little hinge pieces that we created, imagine you've got several of them all together, you're going to take them off the rod. Now this is still wet, this particular one, but to take them off the rod, if you support them with your fingers and just twist, 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 that rod will eventually come out.
Shimmy out.
Yeah, just twist it to come out like
Perfect.
so. Okay, and then you can cut these apart using your craft knife. They'll just break apart or even cut apart. You can see they're just quickly coming apart now. They're not properly dried, but they come apart just like that. They're like bits of it. Okay, I'll leave those back on the dryer.
Perfect.
Now once they're separated and apart, I want to make sure that these are really to size. So while I cut all those little pieces at 1/2 centimetre, I actually want them a little bit smaller. Now to make them smaller in the first place is a little bit challenging, so I tend to cut them bigger and then file them down to size. So to file them down to size, I'm going to sit them on this side like so. If you can see, I've got two pieces like this, and I've stacked my spacer bars together.
You're sort of wedging them.
Yeah. Now I'm going to use my file across the top to file them to size.
Fantastic. I've got a file here. Could we do it with this
sanding
file?
grit. Yeah, that does the job as well.
This is your sanding grit. We need to file quite a few times, at quite a few different points with metal clay, don't
Absolutely. You need to keep things tidied as you go along. Now, these pieces I've already filed. I know they're only small. This one I haven't. So I'll continue to do that to size. So as I say, we're going to do that. Now you're going to also do this with your bail, the bail you created, which is actually going to carry the chain. So you can see if I just file this to size, I get it to perfect size, each of those three pieces. Now your bail as well here.
Yeah.
Here's one I made earlier. I'm just going to tidy up those edges too, like this and like this. Okay. So we're nearly there. I'm just going to file this little section of this just a tiny bit more. Just bear with me 1 minute. There we are.
If you do want the sandpaper, it is on your screen right now. £7.95. You get a nice big sheet like this. You can cut it up into little pieces if you want, and just to say that it is the foam base as well. So it's great if you want to get in, say you've made a bail and you need to get in around a corner, you can, you know, move this around to different shapes, which is wonderful thing about this. Use this on lots of different mediums as well. £7.95 for you today.
Okay, so now I have my 3 little knuckles of my hinge. Now I need to make sure that as I join this together, I'm going to have 2 knuckles holding onto the top and 1 knuckle holding onto the bottom. So I'm literally going to take the middle knuckle, turn it around and face it that way.
I see.
And the reason I've done that rather than just wait for it to flip over, if you look at these little knuckles in profile, they do have a little barrel to the hinge.
I can see that,
and a flat section.
Yes.
So I want the barrel of the hinge facing up. Whoops. This is fiddly.
Okay.
And now I'm going to use my pin to pop it back through. Back through all those 3 pieces of that hinge.
Don't forget, if you've got any questions for Tracey, maybe you've never tried metal clay or silver clay before, we have got metal clay coming up later and a DVD, etc. But if you haven't and you want any help or hints or tips, Tracey's here till 5, so do send text in. No question too small. 60777, so you text with the word JM Studio. So do text in if you're thinking of starting, or you want to start off project, or you want some ideas, hints, tips, pricing, whatever it might be. Get in touch today.
Okay, so it's starting to come together. If I assemble it like so, you can see where we're heading.
I see.
All right.
Yeah.
So we need to join our top 2 knuckles to this top section, and the bottom knuckle to the bottom, and also the bail, which is going to sit behind. So we're going to either use your syringe or your slip to do that. I'll use the slip right now.
We have got the slip or paste here now. So you're using it for this section here.
Yeah. So pick a tiny little bit up, blob on. So little tiny blob on there, little tiny blob on there.
And what is the difference between the slip and the thing you get in the syringe?
It's just the consistency, really. It's just the consistency. The slip is has a little more water added to it.
Okay.
That's the only difference. So I've joined those together. I'm just going to add a tiny bit of water onto the back of here, and I mean a tiny bit of water. I'm just making it damp rather than wetting it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to just square that up and make sure I get that centered. Same with this little piece.
So this slip is great. It's going to help you attach different pieces. For example, it kind of helps you with the form, and if you want to do things with this, you know, you can do things with this on top of things like leaves and things, can't you, as well?
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to get the leaf design, you can do it with this. Your price point today is just £20.95. You're getting 10 grams worth, and don't forget it is the genuine 9.99 as well. So do treat yourself to this today. £20.95 for you.
Okay, so I've joined those together with a little bit of the paste and a little water. I just hold them in position for a good count of a minute or two. Make sure I get a really good connection between the two. And then I'm very carefully going to pick it up. See if I can pick this up. I would normally leave it longer. If you've got anything that's oozed out of the back here, here's your opportunity to kind of just take your paintbrush and just wick away anything that's oozed out. Mess, okay? And then you're going to set this aside to dry once more. So I'm going to pop it onto my little dryer there to dry completely.
Fantastic.
All right. Now once that's dried completely, then I'm thinking about firing the piece.
Cut on. Okay, talk to us about firing. What is firing?
Excuse me. Firing the piece, we will need obviously something to work on, something safer. So you need to work on a fibre brick or in a safe environment. The VersaFlame itself, it's a great little tool. It's obviously great for firing. It has got a little foot on the bottom, so I do recommend you work with the foot on the bottom of it. And if you've never used this before, get yourself a safety partner too, because sometimes when you're torch firing something, you're so focused you actually forget where it's pointing. So get yourself someone to work with.
Okay.
But for firing, you'll need a fibre block or something safe to fire your piece on.
Okay.
Now, if I just pick this up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
So this is perfect for lots and lots of things. We're going to see it for metal, clay, etc. You know, talk about it for this. But also you can do lots of other things with this. You can solder with this even. Firing can be one of those things that, you know, we do need specifically, especially for silver clay, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, there's alternative ways of firing. You can fire with a blowtorch, you can fire in a kiln, but, you know, if you haven't got a kiln, then blowtorch is ideal, really.
Absolutely ideal, and often quite a lower cost.
Exactly, you know, kilns are a big investment, really, you know.
So if you are just starting off, say, perfect way to get started. Yeah. You get lots of extras in here, as you can see, including the box to keep it all nice, neat and safe as well. So you get an instruction kit in there as well, which is nicely pictured and photographed, and it does come in this beautiful big metal box, so you're not going to lose this anytime soon. Your price point today for your Dremel VersaFlame is £34.95 for you today. You've got all of the tools you need. You've got the foot of it, for example. You've got all of your oh, I've forgotten what this is called now. What's that called now? I do know what it's called, but I've forgotten. No. I've forgotten what it's called now. Anyway, you've got all of your extra accessories. I was looking for accessories. You've got things like your little spanner, and you've got your etchy tool as well. So everything essentially that you need in here, you have got £34.95 for you today. I have had a question in. Yeah. Feel free to send these in. That's my mum's name. And she used to live in Cheshire. Whoa! She's in Spain now, though. Not the same. Can the Dremel blowtorch reach temperatures hot enough to sinter bronze clay? What's sintering
Right,
first? I've no idea.
sintering is the point at which the fine silver particles begin to fuse together. You know, as I said, this is tiny fine particles that have been ground down and mixed with the organic binder. So as we fire these pieces, the binder burns away and the tiny particles sinter or fuse together.
I see.
Now, bronze is needs a very high prolonged temperature, so it's very challenging to maintain that temperature with a blowtorch.
Because it's moving, do you mean?
Well, if the higher temperature, but the base metals do need specific time and temperature, really. They are quite high temperature firings.
Okay.
And there are different brands, and they've all got a slightly different temperature and time. So I can't give you that here now. I can't say it's this time and that temperature, because there's different brands with different requirements. So you'll need to read the instructions of whatever metal you have and follow those. But ideally, they really, the base metals, I think, are overall more successful if they're fired in a kiln.
Okay, so do have a little look for that. I can have a little nosy for you as well, see if it comes up anywhere in here, because I've got bronze clay, I've got copper, I might have both. I've got both coming up later, so I'll find out for you. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
The copper clay you can fire, but the bronze clay is more challenging.
Great. I have got the copper coming up for you later then.
Okay, so if we are going to fire these with a blowtorch, you will need something safe to fire on, a fibre brick. Now I haven't got one here in front of me, but this is what you would need, a fibre brick or something similar to fire on. Now before you fire anything, it's really, really important that your pieces are utterly, totally and completely dried out, because if you take them to fire before they are dry, then any moisture can turn to steam, steam expands, and you can experience blistering or even things blowing up. That sounds a little dramatic, but it will depend on how much moisture is in the piece. It can spoil your piece, really.
Okay.
So it's really worth making sure things are thoroughly dried. So if in doubt, just put them back into your domestic oven or on top of a radiator, Arga, wherever it is that you have been drying your piece. Now to dry these, to fire these, I will remove this pin. I would probably put on on the kiln shelf or on the fibre block, just in that position.
Okay.
Exactly in that position. Nothing's going to stick together, I promise you. And as we take the flame to it, I keep the flame moving. If you imagine, I'm going to pretend now, I've got my torch on this. I'm going to keep my flame moving gently over the whole of the piece, constantly. Now you're looking to get this to a sort of gentle orange glow. Now keep the whole piece at the same kind of temperature. So if it's glowing up here and white down here, then you know it's not right. You really need to maintain an even temperature around the whole of the piece. Now it is this very gentle orange glow colour that you're looking for. If it sort of flashes over in silver, don't get excited, because that's actually melting point. Okay, so you've already taken it too far. Okay. So the gentle orange glow colour is where you're holding it. Maintain that for around about 3 minutes, and after you've done that, then you are ready to quench it. 3 minutes minimum. You can do it longer.
Keep an eye.
And the longer the better, to be absolutely honest. But 3 minutes is a minimum requirement, and it's the 3 minutes from the orange glow. Okay. At first, you might see some smoke and flames. That is all very normal. Don't panic. And if you see your pieces starting to curl up, that's all quite normal too. So just keep going, keep going, keep going. You don't need to turn them over, you just maintain that temperature.
Brilliant. So minimum 3 minutes from the glow.
Yes.
Fab.
Okay.
Yes.
So now that your piece is all fired.
Lovely.
Okay, I'm going to pop that to one side. Because it wasn't dry, it's all falling to bits. So, if we're thinking about adding the colour into these little recesses, this has now been fired and I've patinaed it. So this uses some liver of sulphur to colour this down, and it's just a warm solution, hot solution of tiny bit of liver of sulphur, and you get this lovely iridescent colours coming on your pieces.
Okay.
So I've coloured this down as I wanted it to. Now, to fill these with a little bit of colour, as I say, you could also use your jewel enamels in there, your resins, whatever it is you want to in here.
Yeah.
Today I'm going to show you some of the polymer clay I use. Now, I've taken some of my old polymer clay canes and I've rolled them super thin and baked them off.
Okay, fab.
So they're really, really fine, and they
Super
come
fine.
out super fine. Yeah, they come out with these super fine patterns and textures. So if I take one of my little packets like this, and then I'm going to take some scissors, and I'm just going to cut this into kind of micro, I call it micro mosaic pieces.
Okay.
So just trim it up. I fringed it first of all, and then trim. Now they've come up all square. I could, if I'm a bit more careful and take my time, I could cut them into all sorts of shapes like little triangles and things. I would actually cut them smaller than this, because the smaller the better, because they come out really, really well. Now, for adding these into here, I get a tiny bit of just PVA or whatever glue you've got handy at home, and then you're going to start to pick them up and just glue them into place. It's as simple as that.
How easy.
Really, really, just pick them up, pop them in, tiny bit of glue in the back, and you just fill these up with tiny bits of glue. And then to finish it off, I just put a clear coating of clear resin over the top, just to backfill all the spaces.
Gives it a nice sheen and fills it in.
Now here's my confession. I know how to get rid of bubbles, and I forgot. I know how to get rid of bubbles in my clear resin, and I forgot to do that before I set it. So
Oh, you can't really tell. If you hadn't said, I wouldn't have noticed,
there's
to
my
be honest.
confession. Okay. Now for riveting the piece together, riveting, here we go. I'm going to have to try and demonstrate this on this piece here. Okay. Now we're going to put a piece of sterling silver wire, which is the same size as the little aperture in here. So if I've used 0.8 mil hinge pin, which I did, I'm going to go back with a 0.8 mil very fine drill bit and go through that once again.
Just to make sure they're still open.
Yeah, just to make sure they're still open and it's exactly the size I need it to be.
Okay.
So you can see I've gone through with my little tiny drill. And then I push in a piece of sterling wire through there as well.
Okay.
Now I'll trim that wire off about a mil protruding either side.
Okay.
And just with the straight file, I will file it flat. Then I get my metal block and a little hammer. And where that wire is hinging that together, this is where you might need to phone a friend. Sometimes you need another pair of hands to do this. I would hold it like this. So the base is sat on the metal block below. So to one end of the,
And use hammer here.
Correct. So get your little hammer.
Making the dream work.
Tip tap, tip tap, tip tap. Just very gently. Do it this side, flip it over, do it the other side.
Fab.
Yeah. And that's how you rivet that together.
Perfect. And that's how you get this hinge look. Well, hinge, not just hinge look, an actual hinge look. That's fab, isn't it? And you could use that technique on so many different designs, couldn't you?
It is, yeah. I mean, because of time here, I couldn't do what I really wanted to do, which was a really big piece, which elaborates on it. But I've done a piece that's doors. And little door hinges on a door. So. Lockets, yeah. So if you're starting to think about making lockets, these are obviously all externally fitted, but yes,
of course.
Yeah, you can start making hinges on your lockets and things like that if you want to go into that direction.
Wedding favour lockets would be nice, Ben. Are you taking notes? We're giving you lots of ideas today. If you've just tuned in, Ben got engaged yesterday. Oh my gosh, he's been engaged less than 24 hours and we just stood here blabbing about it on telly. Please tell me your mum and dad know, right?
All the important people know.
Phew. All right, yeah, good. Oh, that's why Pip had to tell me. Brilliant. Thank you so much for showing us all of that. No problem. Fantastic. We've seen how to do the bail and how to actually, you know, do those rivets and how to get that lovely encased effect. It's just fab. Beautiful, beautiful selection there. Not that many of the kit left. What are we seeing in our second designer inspiration?
Right, in our second one, I had some lovely little component parts which are called Infinity, and I know that's a really popular thing at the moment with young people. My son asked me to make something for his girlfriend using this Infinity side, so that kind of inspired me into using some more of that Infinity idea. So I went down the Celtic knot route because that's kind of an Infinity pattern. Definitely. So I've come up with a piece. I'm going to show you how to make a Celtic knot element, and then I've made it into a bracelet, but it could be a pendant, it could be earrings, it could be adapted into all sorts of things.
Fantastic. We've got some gorgeous Affinity 925 findings in that, as well as some sensational gemstones, really amazing gemstones. I'm going to let you get on with your challenge. I'll be back with you in about half an hour.
Okay.
All right. Okay. After the break, I have got lots of treats for you. I have, after the break, Masterful Makes, where you get to make truly professional looking pieces that even the boutiques could be quite jealous of. I'll see you after this very short but informative break.
Download the JewelleryMaker app today. You can watch our JewelleryMaker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the JewelleryMaker app today and boost your viewing experience.
You can now keep in touch by following JewelleryMaker on Twitter. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
It's been absolutely fantastic. It's the Resin Projects course, and Fiona is a terrific teacher. She's fun, she's very knowledgeable, and we've learned a lot of things. We're going home today with about 4 different projects, and they're absolutely beautiful. I bought a lot of the resin several months ago when it was on television being demoed, but I've never actually used it because I always like to come to the workshops first before I do anything. And I'm now going to be confident enough to go home and use it.
Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and JewelleryMaker tutorials. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
We really appreciate your support here at JewelleryMaker, so we'd like to give you something back every time you refer a friend to us. Once your friend's order is delivered, you'll both be rewarded with a free £10 credit to each of your accounts. Simply log onto your account or ask our call centre team to find your Refer a Friend code, give it to your friend and have them type it into the refer box when they sign up online. Alternatively, give the code to our friendly call centre team and they'll do the rest. So come and bring your friends into the fabulous world of jewellery making. Jewellery Maker, share your passion.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back everybody to Designer Inspiration. It's lovely for you to join us today. My name is Rebecca Redican and today I am joined by Tracey. How are you, Tracey?
I'm good.
How's the challenge going?
I've got no further on, but yes, I will.
Very good. I have faith.
Okay.
We'll be back with Tracey in about half an hour to find out more about silver and metal clay. Before that, we have got a section about our Masterful makes. We are going to be looking at some pieces that essentially are very, very professional. Now, we all know that you can, work with things like metal clay and give it the appearance of a very, very kind of high executive and beautifully mastered look. And some pieces just are really easy to do that with. For example, this ring. I'm about to bring you this ring shank with matching gemstones. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different gemstones you have the chance of choosing today. So even if you've never tried your ring mounting before, it is really quite easy. It really, really is. All it takes is a little bit of patience and you can make some stunning, stunning pieces. I have got 5 different designs that are going to fit into this for you, but you need the ring shank first. So I am currently on a size 7, which fits me perfectly, and I'm a size N to O. So an N to O. If this is slightly small, don't forget it's much easier to size up than it is to size down as a general rule. So even if this is a little bit too small for you or your loved one, don't worry, it's really, really easy to size. But as you can see, absolutely perfect for me. I have got 925 total here. It is absolutely stunning. The shoulders on this take a rise to that beautiful pronged peak. You have quite a nice deep set to this actually, which means that when we have got some of the gemstones with quite a deep set cule, you're going to get that beautiful kind of dispersion of light all the way over the finger because you've got those open windowed areas within this design. It is absolutely beautiful, and you get to choose from a pink gemstone, a cognac gemstone, a bright fiery gemstone, a rich blue gemstone, or a clear but interesting gemstone to go in it, and all of these ones are going to fit. You need the ring first though. It is genuine 925 sterling silver, almost 2.5 grams worth of precious metal. Your price point today, just £7.95 for you. Which gem do you want to do first? £7.95 for you today. Really, really, really easy peasy for you to get your hands on that. And if you have the prong set tool, brilliant. If you don't, it's super duper easy, because at the end of the day, Masterful makes wise, these are just perfect for this design realistically. If you think about how jewelers etc do actually create their rings, it is as simple as they get the ring shank, they get the gem, they put it in and they close up the prongs. I'll show you this and let you have a little read and a little look round of this gorgeous rubellite. Take a little look for me, it's stunning. They look sensational, doesn't it? I've actually got for you a beautiful, beautiful slide for you to have a little look at rubellite in its different forms. Take a little look at this for me. You have got here a different grade of your rubellite in here. So there's different gradings within this. Now this gemstone is a 6mm, so perfect to fit your 6mm ring shanks. Or if you've got any different ring shanks, they might fit that one as well. Or the earring mount, these would be perfect for the earring mount if you wanted to get yourself a couple. So that is the grading colour of the rubellite, and as you can see, you've got one of the optimum tones within this. Now this ring shank says that it's a 6mm ring shank, so if you have a look, if I put this like this, it might give you an idea of kind of how it will appear. Looks a little bit small to me, if I'm honest, to my eye. If it is a little bit small, obviously you can bring the prongs in, but if you do have a selection of different ring sizes at home, then that should obviously fit quite well. But this is a size 6mm ring shank, isn't it? Maybe it's just me then. But do check it when you get it home, obviously. But if you have a lot of ring mounts as well, these are regular sizes. So that's your rubellite. Next one. Well done, anyone who got that one. Next one, your Himalayan. Oh, I didn't bring the price in. Your rubellite today, what am I like? £37.95 for you today. It's your beautiful rubellite for you there. Really, really nice, beautiful effect. And don't forget, you do get the certificate of authenticity as well. I've also got for you here your fire opal. It is so rich, so deep, so hot in its appearance. It really is sensational. Where's me claw? Not got the claw. The claw. I have got the claw. I found it. Let me show you. Pete's not here today. We're getting on fine without him. I've got for you the fire opal here. It's super duper rich, super clean as well, which we don't always get in fire opal. Would you like a fire opal ring, or just to have it in your collection? Don't forget your price point today for your fire opal. Oh, I'm extraordinarily low quantity on this. I had to check I said it right. $14.95, low quantity on this, single figures for it now, 0.4 on that one. If you want to get your hands on a blue gemstone, I've got one here. Like I say, if you get that ring shank, and if these are too small for that ring shank, they look it to my eye. It says, the description says it's not. To my eye, that looks a bit small. But if it is too small, don't forget, you can just have these as your collection, but also they are all standardized size. So if you do have, you know, the other ring mounts in your stash, or if you have earring mounts, then these should fit that perfect size. You have got here your beautiful iolite. It is an absolute glowing example of a gemstone, which changes at different angles to the color you get as the light moves around it. You can see rich blues all the way to purples. Beautiful example of your iolite. Really, really perfect quality to me. Oh, it's gorgeous. As I'm looking down this, I'm getting all of those different colours. I wonder if you can see it at the side. Oh, we've only got one or two left. You're going to see the change in colour that you can see it there, in fact, can't you? Your price point today, can you see? $11.95. Can you see how it's kind of greeny, pinky, purple, pinky, kind of purpley blue, and then it goes really deep blue. It's fab. You're going to see the colour change in that kind of colour effects. Well done. Not many of those left. Not many of any of these left. They are gem collectors, so they're the highest cut collection essentially that we have. So if you do want them, treat yourself now. What did you say next? Sorry, lovely. Okie dokie. I've also got the garnet for you here today. Take a look at this. Really nice, rich, deep garnet. Really nice colour. Really stunning colour that you've got there. It's got a lovely depth to it. Can you see that fire internally? It's fab, isn't it? Not many left. Your price point today, £9.95. This is your 6mm. So if you have your 6mm shanks, then these should fit beautifully. You'll be able to make yourself a real amazing diaphanity in that. And last but by no means least, stunning gemstone here. Unique, individual in its effect. It is moonstone. Oh, it's lovely that you get so much clarity, but you still get that burst of colour underneath the surface, isn't it? Can you see that rainbow? I can actually see a rainbow from reds, yellow, blues, greens. Can you see that? It's all due to the phenomena of this gemstone. Your price point today, Just £9.95, absolute bargain. Loads of you have been coming in, so please check out your baskets because I am low quantity. If you've got one in your basket, just check it out to be absolutely sure that it's yours. It's lovely that we've been able to go from super duper high end to your beautiful kind of, you know, £9.95. It's great. And if you think, if you've got yourself a ring shank, you know, that has been about £8, with this one on top, you're making yourself a really high-end looking gemstone, gemstone ring for about £20. Fab. Well done, everybody. Bringing you another Masterful make now. I have 5 opportunities. Once these have gone, these have gone. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only one who has this in a schedule. I've seen people asking about this of late online when we talk about our schedules. What are we talking about? And how can, you know, someone say, oh, I've got the last in stock. This is how many I've got, and then, you know, someone can play the same thing a few nights later. Okay, the reason that is because we do our schedules in advance, and say released a 300 of something, they might give 50 to one producer, 100 to another producer, 50 to another producer. All I know is that I have got 5 of these, sorry, I've got 5, is that right? 5 of these, but we have the last 5 as far as we know. So if you want diamonds that have been faceted, you're in the right place, but you've got to be quick. Gems of Distinction, black diamond, faceted, phenomenally. Oh, I love them, I love them, I love them. High quality, faceted black diamond. It is wonderful. All of our gemstones are ethically sourced, including our African diamond. We have amazing connections with the mine owners in that area of diamond, which is why we can bring you this in confidence, saying that it is ethically sourced. Of course, you know, technically we've seen probably and heard lots of stories about diamonds in different areas. This is completely and absolutely ethically sourced. We know that because we go and visit the mine regularly, and we have very good connections as a company there. But because we have good connections as well, it means we are able to get amazing price points like this. £160.95 for 3 carats worth of a black diamond. You'd pay around that for half a carat engagement ring, wouldn't you? Probably. He couldn't possibly say. But 3 carats worth we've got here is just sensational, isn't it? Just amazing. 160 carats worth here you've got. It is just wonderful. Can I ask that? What type of ring did you get, Ben? Gonna show? Yeah. Gonna show Ryan? Do you mean, why? If you nicked it off her? I'm pretty sure once you give an engagement ring, you give it, you know what I mean? 160, Tanzanite! You got her a Tanzanite engagement ring! Wow. Ben, I'm sorry, ladies. He's off the market. I'm sorry, he's officially engaged. Tanzanite ring. How good is he? White gold Tanzanite ring. Oh, that is such a good choice, isn't it? That's way better than... I just love that, Ben. You are such a genius. Here's me saying I'm always happy just to get like a zircon ring, and he's off buying Tanzanite. I won't do my usual patter with Tanzanite. You know, why don't you lock it away and then sell it on a few years later? It's got zircon in it as well. Oh, I love it. I love that, I love that, I love that. Oh my gosh. I know. He is fancy, isn't he? Fancy. 160 carats worth, sorry, 160 carats, 160 pounds worth at £9.95 for you today. Isn't he a little love? Isn't he? Gorgeous. Well done you, Ben.
Oh, thanks.
I'm not being horrible, but I think as a team and possibly as an audience, we all expected a bit less. Didn't we? Really? You've really outdone yourself. Well, you know, that lady messaged in saying, did you do it properly? We're all thinking, oh, what kind of ring? Tanzanite, we would never have seen that come in. I think you've done a very good job,
What would you have predicted?
I wouldn't like to say. Where are we going to? Rose gold chain with Songia sapphire. How I have not seen this is beyond me. Songia sapphire is one of the most beautiful of sapphires in the world. It's all to do with the location, realistically. It really is. Songia sapphire is from an area in which there is a lot of, well, has been in the past, a lot of tectonic action, which has meant that it's an area with a lot of volcanoes, some of them dormant, some of them not so. But essentially it's due to these tectonic shifts, it's due to this build-up of pressure, it's due to these shifts in the crust, etc., which has essentially shaped the way in which the way in which gemstones are created. And that's why we get amazing gemstones in that area, such as your tanzanite, or this one, your beautiful Songia sapphire. Songia sapphire is one of the most sought after in the world. It is actually used a lot in engagement rings, and I'm not just saying it. This one comes, kind of just down the road, really, from where Jodie's engagement ring is, because this too is obviously from Tanzania. And what you get in this is you get a gorgeous vibrancy of colour, but also epic clarity. A lot of people in the gem world will say if you can buy Songia sapphire, it's the one to get. We can't always afford it though, let's be honest. Songia sapphire often demands the higher end of the price points in sapphire, and also it is often the lowest yields of some of the areas as well. So always get it if you have the opportunity to, and if you can buy it, you know. Are you joking? I feel a bit mischievous today as well. Let's just do the lowest ever price. What we're going to say? Should be priced $24.95. If management are watching, we're doing this because it might be nice as an engagement gift for Jodie. Yeah, to go with her ring, or a good headdress for the wedding. Yes, that's why we're doing lowest ever price for it on this. $925 rose gold chain with your actual real deal Songia sapphire. Your price point is just £17.95. I thought she was going to take it to 20, maybe $19.95. I did not expect 17. This is one of the most sought after, one of the most prestigious of all sapphires in the world, and therefore demands the higher prices generally. But we've just taken it to the lowest ever price point. Producer Helen has just told me how naughty she's actually been on this, and let's just say this isn't going to go any lower in price ever. I don't think ever. £17.95. Helen just wants to clean out some stock, she says, with a very cheeky smile on her face. Hello, guest designers. Lovely to see you all today. Quite a few of you coming in for this, actually. It's nice to see you. I've got double buyers on this as well. It is sensational, it is bright, it is breezy, and it is beautiful. Just that as an anklet would be fab, wouldn't it? And it is definitely a masterful make. It's going to go with so much. What do you think of this, Tracy?
It's pretty, isn't it? Really summery, rare. Really pretty for the summer occasions.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? £17.95 for you today. Get that one whilst you can. Oh, if you're into your stamping, or if you just love high end, you're in the right place today. This could go really nicely with the chain. Imagine that chain. Hang on, let me do this. Oh my gosh, team! What's the price on these hearts going to be? Love that, right, team? Let's go half skis on engagement gift for Jodie. We'll get the chain, and then we'll attach a heart each. We'll attach. I am not repeating that. We will attach a heart each. I wasn't going to say put their initials. I was going to say, how about like one for me? You could put a B, a H for Helena, an R for Ryan, a P for Pete. Yeah? Good idea, guys. Good idea. You've got these gorgeous, genuine, rose gold plated 95 hearts. Yeah, could easily, if you've got our stampers, the letter stampers, you can easily get a letter on here of the larger size. And actually we do those tiny, tiny 1 mils, don't we, as well? So actually, if you did the 1 mil correctly, you could probably even get 3, maybe 4 letters on here. If you did it at an angle, perhaps, or in kind of a box style. You're getting absolutely loads of these little charms. They are sensational. Heart shapes, they are. And they are 25 of them in total. They are going to be great for your stampers. But also, actually, you know, if you are going to be working with your precious metal chains, they're just a nice little addition, aren't they? Do yourself a charm bracelet or just a gorgeous pair of earrings. Maybe if you have got a stamper that's in a specific shape, because I know quite a few people have, you know, their own logos and designs very much like that of Dior or Chanel or Vivienne Westwood, you know, they all have their own logos. I know some of you do at home as well. What about stamping your logo onto this, and maybe that can be your motif? Just pop it on the back of your necklaces or on the back of all of your pieces, so that when people buy from you, they know it's from you, just like Chanel and Dior and, you know, others do. You have got here a beautiful 25 of the rose gold plated sterling silver heart charms. Your price point today? Well, you didn't tell me that. We're going to take it lower so we can afford it as a team, as a gift. £6.95. It should have been £8.95, but we want to buy these and give them to Jodie, so we've taken them down, not just for you, but for us. £6.95 for you today. How fab is that? Loads of you coming in. Hey, tell you what, we are just, as a team, I think, coming up with any excuses right now. What was it? With the other day, we kept doing stupid prices because it was my penultimate day of working with you, wasn't it? Our penultimate Saturday, whatever. We're just going to keep doing it. Wow, he can propose to me if he likes. 11 out of 10 for that. Sarah, yes. Look at him. Oh, honestly, I'm just so, he's amazing, isn't he? Isn't he? No one expected that, did they, Sarah? Tanzanite zircon, just as you do. Please watch what he's just done. Do it again, Ben. That's him knocking it out of the park, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for that text. I know, 11 out of 10 points-wise, definitely. Load of you in for that one. Do come in and get it at that price point. We're just doing it because, well, we can, and we love a bargain. So get them whilst you can. £6.95 for all of those. Even if you don't do stamping, you know, they're just great to have in your stash, aren't they? Sensational. I'm now going to bring to you some more precious metal of the earring variety. Anyone for a stud? Because you could with these. Oh, not like that. Not like Ben. If you wanted to, you could just snip the ball end off this and you've got yourself a pair of studs. Sorry, the camera was shaking then because Ben's holding it and he was laughing at the stud comment. Oh, I have got for you here today. I know, yeah. Sorry, ladies, he's taken. Jodie would kill you if she saw what you just did then.
Joking.
She would absolutely kill you. We just went, he's off the market now, and he went. He is obviously joking because he fears for his life.
Far too of an expensive thing to...
It would be far too much of an expensive mistake, wouldn't it, Ben? Yeah. You have got here a massive amount of these sterling silver rose gold 925 posts. 20 pairs of these in total. Huge studs on these. Absolutely mammoth, aren't they? They really are. And then you've got that gorgeous loop. as well, which you can if you want to. You know, have your drops from here if you've got your drop eye pins or your drop head pins. You absolutely can with these. You also have the butterfly backs, don't forget, and these butterfly backs lock on nice and snug and tight and neat, and I also say 925 on them as well, so everybody knows. Beautiful 10 pairs here, so you've got 20 in total. Your price point for your 925 rose gold. Gonna take £1 off. Why not? Tell you what, why not? Ben's about to go on his break. Come back soon, Ben. £9.95 for you today. Come back soon. We want to talk more about engagements. £9.95 for you today on this one. We've just taken an extra £1 off because we can. So well done, absolutely, everyone who's coming in and getting that today. What are we doing next, lovely? Oh, well, it's very rare that you say that. Very rare do you say. I know, let's do a bit of Imperial topaz. Oh. Imperial topaz. Topaz already is prestige. Topaz already is renowned, but Imperial topaz goes and takes that a step further. It is sensational. When you've got Imperial topaz of this quality with this richness and this depth, you really have got something special. You've got those beautiful glowing tones in there. Even though you've got that beautiful body of colour, you've still got that wonderful display of light dispersing through this and kind of panning onto my hand, which is just absolutely sensational. It gives you these sunset hues all the way from kind of the yellows all the way to those really deep kind of rich golden and bronze tones. In fact, this would go great with some of your metal clay, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Sorry, I'm concentrating so much on this. I'm kind of yes, they're gorgeous.
Aren't they? Go great with metal clay, like copper clay maybe?
Yes, the copper clay would be lovely with them.
Wouldn't it?
They bring out the colours of the stone, wouldn't they?
Really beautifully.
Really do.
I have got for you here 125 carats worth of this beautiful Imperial topaz. Imperial topaz is an interesting gemstone in itself. In some locations you can't get to this all year round. In some locations in the world you can only collect this for around about 3 months in the year, and even within those 3 month period, even within that 3 month period, you can only get 3 to 4 people working in the mine at any one time. So this is one of those gemstones that realistically, even when we can get it, it most certainly is not abundant to us. The work that goes into getting this out of the ground is absolutely epic. And also it is to get it out of the ground in this quality, it's very unusual. We've seen this strand a few times before, but I personally haven't been able to bring it to you before, and I'm so happy I am today, because not only is it a real rarity, but the sizes of this are almost unseen in Imperial topaz. You've got the prestige of topaz, you've got the step further with the Imperial topaz, you've got these rich sunset bursts, and you've got a great price for the size. I love Imperial topaz, and I want everyone else to fall in love with it too. I'm going to take the price down. I'm going to take the price down, and I don't just mean by £1. Don't get me wrong, £1's a pound. We're going to take off more though. Your price point today, £15.95 for you today. Should have been £21.95. You're getting yourself an absolute deal for this today. You really are. Gorgeous glow on these, lovely richness to them as well. XTRU56 is the code on this one today. It's gorgeous, it's sought after, and it's a bargain at that price. So well done for you today. £15.95 for you. Okie dokie, designer inspiration time. We're looking at infinity, aren't we? What are we going to be learning to make in this section, Tracy?
It's a Celtic knot. It's a little pendant, which I'm going to show you, which can be adapted into elements for a bracelet, for earrings. So it's a Celtic knot design we're going to be doing.
Fantastic. And I've got the kit for you right here, right now. The kit is epic. It's not like your usual kit, I don't think. It's a step above and beyond. Let's take a look first off, shall we, at the strands. I've got some stunning prasiolite here for you. Really lovely, delicate drops of this prasiolite. Gives you that distinctive green tone and that subtlety, yet also with that gorgeous diaphanity as well. Really stunning. Of this, we have a 80 carat carat weight, and you're up to a 12x6 on those ones. I'm actually going to add to the situation some rose quartz. that has been beautifully faceted, so you get that really delicate back palette, but you also get that gorgeous effect on the surface of those facets. 4 mil on this strand, and you've got 40 carats worth there. Really beautiful, delicate effect. I'm bringing as well one of the big 4, because this is a stunning high-end kit that we have here for you. It is actually emerald. If you bought those big emeralds before, these are going to go perfectly with it, aren't they? They're going to be exceptional with that other emerald I had. Do we have any of this emerald left? Yeah, go on, if we have a couple of these left. £14.95 this one was. It was absolutely huge, isn't it? We didn't have many of these to start off with because you have seen them a few times before, and I think my producer said we've literally got a couple left, so if you do want them, get them whilst you can. Lovely, lovely strand there. It's going to go great. But you've got a lovely lengthy strand here of, again, that natural emerald that you see with that lovely depth and tone and that archetypal colour we would expect from your emerald as well. This one is something above and beyond. Ready for this? Look. They're the gorgeous drop, kind of V-shaped flowers, but look, it's fluorite. Oh, isn't that just beautiful? You're getting a real mix of colours within this fluorite, which is just sensational. And we're going to be talking to you more about fluorite in our dive in discoveries later on, so do stay tuned for that. But beautiful V-shapes we've got here. They're around a 25 by 15 mil that we have on this, 100 carats worth in total. I'm then going to add to the situation some sterling silver, because this is, of course, a silver clay show. As before, we are going to save the silver clay. We brought you the silver clay early, but if you want metal clays, we've got that coming up later on. We wanted to make the kit so they weren't just for the people who were into the metal clay. Everyone can get involved, so it's a little bit of something for everyone here. A metre's worth of 925 silver chain. Beautiful oval chain you've got here. 3 by 2 approximately is the size of each of these links. Gorgeous articulation on this one in particular. And then adding, oh, this is just desirable. It's 925 chain, but then it's got an added extra of more 925, sort of just every centimetre or 2 centimetres or so, just dispersed beautifully throughout this chain. It is genuinely beautiful. You have got 925 sterling silver chain, and it's 1 mil for you today. It's a really very, very beautiful effect that you've got on that, really delicate. And then, thing to make it affinity. Your Affinity 925 links. These are your 925, affinity shapes. Can you see those? It is the infinity sign that we have here for you. So if you've not seen the infinity sign before, it is essentially, you put it on its side like that, and that's your infinity logo. Obviously affinity, meaning forever, meaning eternal. If Ben was here, I'd obviously make a comment about engagement, but he's gone on his break. I get of these 5 of them in total. They're 15 by 5 mil in total, and they are genuine 925 sterling silver. They do, as you saw earlier, say it on them as well. So 5 of these. 2 meters worth of chain. One of them in particular, very different. I've never seen chain like that before. You've got a strand of those flower fluorite, and I've also got here for you your genuine emerald too. Your price point today. We're going to take it down. Just remember what I've got here for you. I have got prasiolite, I've got genuine rose quartz, I've got emerald, I've got fluorite, I've got 2 meters worth of genuine 925 chain, and I've got 5 individual affinity signs of that chain as well. Great for your charm bracelets, great as a connector even. Great just with a piece of chain on either side would be fantastic. We are going to roll that price down though. What's my quantity on this? Not that many. I've got less than 100 of this. Now that might sound like a lot, but realistically it's not if you consider the amount of people we have got here with us, watching us today. I just want to link this through to show you. My producer Helena's just seeing where she could take this prize to. And while she does that, how cute would that be, just as a neckline piece? What are you saying, Helena? No way. This is a kit unlike any other. It's serious precious metal we've got here. You've not just got 5 individual pieces. You've actually got things like your chain in here. You've got all of those gemstones in here. When you see the pieces that lovely Tracey's made as well, you're going to be above and beyond. Your price point today for £27.95, all of this kit. That is, what do you think of that, Tracey?
Great value because there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of great pieces.
Over £20 saving for you on this today.
Fantastic. Fantastic value.
Isn't it?
Yep.
Absolutely sensational. Absolutely. Even if you just did a bracelet like this, you'd be expecting, what, £20? Wouldn't you, realistically? And I could make 5 of them. £27.95 for you today on that one. Well done, absolutely. Everyone is coming in for it. You have got yourself an absolute deal there, and I would say to you, we don't have sterling silver chain on that often, so if you want to grab it whilst you can. Do grab it whilst you can. Heading on over to you now. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
You've made loads with this one, haven't you?
I have.
Absolutely loads. We'll shimmy these over a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and your challenge.
Shall I put them over there?
Yeah, I do. So you've made loads with these.
Yes.
Fantastic. How was the kit to work with?
It was good. Yeah. They lots to think about because I love the little infinity things. They kind of influenced me for the whole designs I went along with. So yeah.
We're going to be learning how to make Celtic knots today, aren't we?
Indeed, yeah, Celtic knot design. So I'm ready to go. So here we go. I start my Celtic knot design as ever by drafting this out on a piece of tracing paper, and it is a very geometric pattern really, so a piece of graph paper underneath helped me draft this out. I will post this pattern on my Facebook page, so if anybody wants to use it, you're very welcome to. I'll put a picture of that on after the show.
Fab.
So I take the pattern and literally cut it out in tracing paper. So you've seen me do that before, so I'm not going to go through the motions of cutting out a big piece of tracing paper. Take my clay, roll it up, make sure it's in really nice condition, so I don't want any cracks and flaws and lines in it. Roll that up and pop that under my little pot. Now my little pot's just got a spritz of water in there, and that keeps it in a really nice hydrated atmosphere while I work with it. So working on my little work mat here, I'm going to take my spacer bars and I'm starting with my white spacers, which is 1 mil thick or 4 cards, whichever you prefer to use.
So if you're working with your playing cards, it's 4 cards stuck together.
Correct. And I'm just going to lightly badger balm up the little surface I'm working on. And take my clay, probably don't need all of that. Take my clay and start to roll this out. So gently roll, I lift and turn and roll, and lift and turn and roll. I'm looking at the surface of the clay. I want to make sure I've got no, as I say, lines, cracks, flaws, marks in there that I don't particularly like. Now I have badger balmed this up, my little piece of paper, and I do that so that it will hold onto the clay without sliding around while I cut out and pierce out my shape. But it also means if I put a dry piece of paper onto clay, then it kind of sucks up and sticks there in a bad way.
Okay.
So you can see now it's stuck. Yeah, it's not going to move for me.
Yeah.
So I take my needle tool, dip it in a badger balm, and I'm going to start with the little spaces in the centre. So pierce it round and lift those away. Just do that one by one. Lift it up, pierce it round, lift it away. This takes a little time. Sometimes these little guys don't want to come out, and if you're having trouble with that, then maybe it's worth just leaving them there, and then after it's plaster dry you'll probably find they will pop out quite easily. But if you're having trouble piercing these out, then as I say, let it dry. Then I'm going to go around the outline, so around the outline, all the way around until I've got all the way, oops, just jiggle there, and just lift away the excess like so. Stuck that under my pot again, always looking after my clay. And I'm just going to remove this little paper template, gently prise that off and set that aside to dry. So that'll go on my little cup warmer again, or on your in your domestic oven, on your Argo, wherever
it needs to be to get it dry. If you do want some silver clay, you've got the opportunity to get 10 grams worth now. So remind us again, how do we use this if we haven't got a kiln? Use it to dry it out in your oven.
Well, you can either dry it out on your windowsill overnight, or just somewhere warm and dry in your airing cupboard, on a windowsill, near a radiator, on top of your oven, you know, hob, Argo. There's lots of things you can use, really. So yeah, if you're popping it into your domestic oven, keeping it low on about a maximum of 120 degrees for a minimum of 20 minutes.
Low, slow, dry heat.
Correct.
Fantastic.
Yeah, low and slow.
So you've got 10 grams worth here of your silver clay. Don't forget, this is genuine high-end silver. You've got 99.9% silver, meaning it's only 0.1% ore as opposed to that of 925, which is of course 7.5% ore. So you've got really a vast amount of genuine silver in here, even more precious in many ways than that of 925. Your price point today for 10 grams, it's just £21.95. It really is a sensational price point. I would say this is going to be great for beginners if maybe you know you don't know how to, maybe you've not worked with it before particularly, so maybe you don't want to dive straight into the 20 gram pack, which I think we've still got a couple of. We might do have a little look. We've got a couple of the 20 gram packs, but if you are wanting to start out and start small, well, you can here. It's £21.95 for you today. I need to make you aware that I'm in my last chance saloon on that Infinity Luxury bundle. 2 genuine 925 chains in there, including one I've never actually seen before. Emeralds in there, those infinity signs of the 925 are in there, rose gold's in there, sorry, not rose gold, rose quartz, Prasiolite, fluorite, there's loads in there, so do get it, it's a real bargain. £29.95 for you today. Do check that basket out for me. Okay, I'm back with you.
Okay, so assuming it's dried, here's my dried one. Next we need to transfer those little pattern lines onto my plaster dry piece. So I've done that simply with a pencil. I just use a mechanical pencil and I've drawn on the lines I needed to take the pattern of the infinity.
Okay, I see.
If you get my drift.
And you have to follow it around, don't you?
Yeah. Now what I'm going to add to this is some texture that again follows those pattern lines, and I do this by taking a paintbrush, pick up my paintbrush, bit of water on my paintbrush, and I'm just going to damp down the surface of this clay here.
Okay.
And using my needle tool, I'm just going to kind of scratch, literally just scratch away. And I'll follow the pattern round. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Now the water has just softened the surface of the clay enough to enable me to scratch into this and show those lines. If I try to scratch into this without the water, it's a little bit like going over a chalkboard. It's a little bit unpleasant. And it kind of skids across rather than actually scoring in. Does that make sense?
I know exactly what you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So those etches that we had on before would be perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, those tools would be brilliant for this. So I'm just going to work my way. I've just got one more to do. I did the other two in advance just to keep things moving along.
Fab.
So just bear with me. I'm going to scratch my way through this.
I think we do still have some of those etchers available for you. If we do, my producer Helena will put those up 100% for you.
Okay.
They'll come up for you now. Take it on the side of your screen. That was our pack of 12 tools, 24 different heads, perfect for things like this, or polymer clay, or friendly plastic, which I can't wait to pick up later. I'm so excited. Do you think I can friendly plastic in my hotel room, or is that weird? I've not got any foil. Or a Teflon sheet. I might see if there's a Teflon sheet laying about.
I've got plenty of Teflon sheet I can give you.
I mean, I'm so glad I'm with you today, Tracey.
Yeah.
Amazing.
See me in the car park.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No 95 on those tools was great, so do check those out.
Okay, so I've etched in that sort of that pattern now that I wanted. Now what we want to add to this, because this is just the this could be a pendant piece.
I love that.
The bracelet that I've made is slightly smaller. Obviously the little component parts are smaller to make the bracelet. So you can make this whatever size you want. If you want to make them bigger, you can make them bigger. If you want to go smaller, smaller.
Love that.
Just follow the overall design. Now what we need to do is to make some connectors for the back. Now, yes, you could drill a hole in this and you could link it with a jump ring, but I just again thought I would show you an alternative to that. So this time I'm going to take some clay, roll it up and roll this out again using my 1mm spacers once again. Now this is not a million miles away from what we were doing earlier, so roll this up like so, lift the clay, and this time I'm using a cocktail stick. I'm going to get my cocktail stick and I'm going to lather this with badger balm, because if I don't, the clay will stick to it.
We do
and
need that.
Yeah, and I do want to kind of remove it, so it kind of helps it from sticking. So I'm just going to take the clay and roll over the cocktail stick there. Now that was kind of similar to the way we did the hinge earlier. However, this time I'm going to take my tissue blade and I'm going to cut through both layers here now, like that, while it's still wet. Okay. Peel that away. What I'm going to create is like a little tunnel, is the only way I can describe it. A little tunnel of clay. Just take away my excess, stash that up, and again with my ruler I'm going to score this along with a tissue blade.
So how deep are you cutting in when you're scoring this?
I'm going as far as I can before I hit the cocktail stick. That's giving me the stopping point, if you like. So I've scored into there, and that will help me. Again, I cast this to one side to let it dry.
Okay.
Okay. So once it's dry, it's like this. So here's my little piece, all dried up. So can you see what I'm talking about? You get this little tunnel.
Yes, I see.
You get this little tunnel. Now we may need to sand this. So whether using a file or your sanding grits or papers, whatever it takes, you just take it and sand like that. So it's nice and flat on this level, but you've got your little tunnel, okay? And I do it while it's all still connected together, and then you're not having to do every single thing. Loads of little pieces, yeah.
We did have some of the sanding grit earlier on, so if you want that, take a little look back.
So now I'm ready to separate these off. So I just get my my blade and just gently press it through, and it will gently pop those apart. Phew! So there we go, pop those apart, just like that. Now I've already sanded them. Now I can sand those edges again if I want to, these little edges, just very briefly, hold them, give them a quick little file, just to tidy them up. They won't need a lot of work, to be fair. That'll kind of do the job. Or you can file them again, as I showed you earlier, between spacers. So now I've got my 4 little tunnels, which are going to be little connectors for the back of my piece.
Okay.
So I'm going to flip this over, and with my tweezers, these 4 little connectors are going to sit on the back here. Now I would normally file these down a little smaller.
I was going to say, if you're doing the smaller ones, do you have to make a smaller tunnel?
Yes.
Yes.
If you want to pick that one up there.
Can I show the back?
Yeah, and flip it, please.
Have a nose.
And you can show the back, make a little smaller.
How cutesy and dainty.
Now, this one is the unfired. If we just compare them so you can see them in size together.
Yes.
So this is the unfired,
on the table.
which is obviously bigger anyway because it's not fired, because we get a bit of shrinkage during the firing.
Of course.
But I did make them a little smaller for the back of the bracelet as well.
Fantastic.
So then, for joining these on, we go back to using the paste or the slip. So I get a little bit of paste out my pot, but just put a tiny bit in the corner there.
We did have some of the paste today. It's going to come up at the bottom of your screen. You need it for quite a few things, so I would get it just to make sure, because there's nothing worse than trying to create something and thinking, oh, I've got that main bit. So it's coming in at the bottom of your screen, and now.
Okay, and I'm just going to put a little water. Whenever I join anything, there's a little water, and it is just a little water. It's just making it damp.
Okay.
And then if I pick my little tunnel up and dip its feet in the paste, that means I've just picked up enough onto the bases, and then sit it on top, give it a little wriggle. Oops, give it a little wriggle and hold it down for a count of about 30 seconds while it gets a really good seal and connection. And then when I can go back with a clean brush and just tidy up any excess that oozes out. I would do that on all 4 corners. Now it will depend on the orientation as to how you want to string this or how you want these to sit. It might be this way, it might be this way. You've got to think about
how you want it to be stranded, I suppose.
Exactly, yeah, how you want it to be stranded. If you want to put jump rings through, they might want to go this way. If you want to string it with some cord or something, you might want it to sit in this way.
So maybe draw it out first, how you want it to look, or think it through?
I always say think it through. Think your design through from start to finish, how it's going to look at the end. Don't just make it up as you go along.
No. Okay, brilliant.
Okay?
Yeah.
So think about all the steps you're going to go through, how the finished piece is going to look, as to how you're going to string it together.
Fantastic. Okay, great.
And then once you've got all those little corners on, then again you're ready for firing.
Okay, so firing again, remind us about that.
So for firing, you've got to make sure everything is absolutely, completely bone dry before you take it to fire. If there's any moisture content in it whatsoever,
does it crack?
Well, it can blister.
Really?
It can
Sounds scary.
Yeah. Moisture turns to steam,
of course.
So it expands and it can cause these kind of blistering or cracking, or
so it needs to be dry.
It can just really distort your pieces. So, you know, it's not worth the upset and heartache of seeing a piece ruined,
of course,
just because it's not been dried properly. So dry it thoroughly and then fire it. So firing can be done with your blowtorch. If you've got the VersaFlame blowtorch, that's ideal to fire it with.
Fantastic.
So again, working on a heat-proof surface, you'll need a fibre brick or something like that to work on. And with the flame, just take the flame evenly around the whole of the piece continuously, so that you're heating it all up at once. Don't, you know, focus it on one spot, and don't just have it consistently there. Keep it moving, keep it moving. As it starts to fire, you will get a little bit of smoke, you'll get the flame. That is all very normal, so don't go into a panic when you see that happen. You might even see the piece starting to curl and move, and the shrinkage.
Don't worry.
It all is all quite normal. As it gets to that sort of orange glow, or salmon pink, sometimes people call it, that salmon pink colour, that's the colour you need to maintain it. And the longer you can maintain it, the better. You need a minimum of around 3 minutes at least, I would say, from that orange glow. And just keep that going. Now be careful you don't overheat it. If it looks like it's getting brighter and brighter, and if you can see at any point it sort of flash over and look silvery, that is the melting point. So be careful, because if you've gone that far, if you've gone that far, you've gone too far.
Okay.
So, but it's important you get it hot enough to sinter. We talked about sintering before, where those tiny silver particles fuse together, but not too hot that it melts.
Okay.
So it's striking the balance.
Strike the balance. The VersaFlame is at the bottom of the screen, $34.95. We don't have many left, but that is the blowtorch you can use for firing this, which is perfect. Fab.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much for that.
That's all right. And then you've got options on stringing this together, whether you want to use your jump rings or whether you want to use cord. You can incorporate it into macrame designs instead of using beads. There's a whole variety of things that you can do with this component part.
That is sensational, isn't it? Isn't that wonderful? So you've attached the jump rings, and then is that jump rings in between?
Yes, there's jump rings in between as well. It's like a little bit, yeah. It's a bit like a chainmail type.
I was just going to say it has got that feel about it, and of course the Celtic knot kind of fits in nicely. Have you made the clasp to this as well?
Yeah, I've made the toggle bar clasp as well.
Isn't that fab? Made that section to it as well. And how have you applied that texture? Is it that with etching as well, or have you used a sheet?
It's all the same texture. It's all just this scratch, just that scratching texture.
That is fantastic,
just with the needle tool.
Lovely jubbly. Whilst you're here, I wanted to ask you about other metal clays, if I may. Which one are we starting off with, sorry? The bronze clay. So, bronze clay. Obviously, it's different to the silver, but why?
Why?
It's not silver, for starters.
It is the metal. I mean, the bronze clay, all the base metal clays, they have a slightly different consistency out of the packet to silver. So they don't feel and behave exactly the same. Some of them are a little drier. This one feels a little drier and more powdery, but you do have to condition it well in your cling film. Now what I suggest is if it feels a bit too crumbly out of your packet, you get a little bit of lavender oil and you mix a tiny bit of lavender oil with it as well.
Tiny bit.
And just work it in your cling film. If anybody has seen like reconditioning clay, which is what you would need to do it when your metal clay, when your silver clay dries out anyway. If you've seen me recondition clay, then you would do that kind of thing with your bronze clay out the packet. It can be a little bit dry. Now, because it's bronze clay, because it's even the copper clay, they have a different formula, different character to them, and I would always work with these a little thicker than I would normally work with silver clay. So minimum I ever take these to is around 1.5 mil thick.
Okay, so is that about 4 cards?
That's about 6 cards.
That's 6 cards.
6 cards.
So that's the thinnest you'd ever go to with this one.
Yeah, they tend to need that to maintain their stability for some reason.
Okay, that's a really good tip. So you have got here 100 grams worth. Do we have to treat this differently? Can we still etch into it? Can we still apply patterns to it?
Anything I do with silver clay in terms of adding textures, patterns, cutting it out, you can do it all the same with bronze and coppers.
Fantastic. So you've got your bronze clay here, 100 grams worth. Your price point today for the bronze is just £12.95 for 100 grams worth. That is a lot of makes of this, isn't it?
It is. It is. You can get an awful lot out of it.
A lot out of this. And just whilst we're here as well, if I could ask you, say you made a Celtic knot design very similar in the silvers you have, but with the bronze. What kind of price difference would there be, or would it very much depend on you know, obviously it always depends where you're selling or who you are and your confidence levels. But if you were to do it, what kind of price point difference might you see
in terms of selling?
Yes, in terms of selling it.
Well, the same amount of work has gone into making it in copper, bronze or silver. So for me, the only difference in price is the materials.
The material itself.
And when you come to selling things, the materials is a very small proportion of the overall costs, because you're looking at your labour time, your boxes, your insurance.
Of course.
You know, all of those things go into making pieces. So, you know, the materials cost is a very small part of the overall costing of things.
Absolutely.
So it's not a great deal of difference really in terms of pricing.
Price point, fab. I am going to bring you, I'm just looking for that DVD, Sweet Pea, where is it? She's bringing it over to me in a minute. I'm going to bring to you now the copper clay then, just whilst we're getting that DVD, the metal clay DVD. So, thank you, Cass. So, you've got your copper clay here. This fires lower, doesn't it, than that of the bronze?
It does, yeah. It's got a slightly different firing temperature. Both of them have different firing temperatures, so, you know, read the instructions carefully, follow them to the letter. is what I would say.
Fantastic, and that'll give you hints and tips on exactly what to do.
Yeah, exactly. There's torch firing, all the information's there on the packets and the inside and the instructions.
So we use it in exactly the same way. We can create everything that we've seen today. Lovely Tracey make with her silver. It's just that it's obviously a different material. You've got the copper here, 100 grams, your price point. It's just £12.95 for you again for that lovely copper. So do treat yourself to this one. If you, especially I would say maybe if 925, if your beginning seems like a bit of a stretch and you're like me, I'm one of those people who, if I start a new medium, I can't just dip my toe in. I dive in. I have to go full hog. I want to try everything, every technique I've ever seen in my life. I want to try it at one time. Maybe you're a little bit like me. And maybe we can't stretch to that with the silver always. We've got 100 grams worth here. So maybe try a few things out on this and then pick your favourite designs and maybe step up to the silver later on. £12.95 for 100 grams. It's great for you today. And I do have a metal clay DVD, which will go with everything we've seen today perfectly, in fact. So metal clay DVD we have here for you. You have got your introduction to metal clay. It shows you how to do different projects. It also shows you in different manners in which you can create different looks and how you can, you know, do all of the stages essentially step by step on this DVD. It's super duper easy to follow. It really, really is. I know a lot of our guest designers have had a mosey on over this. It teaches you how to do different textures within, how to create different shapes, how to make lots of different pieces, as well as charms and bracelets and earrings, for example, as well. It is so easy for you to use, even if you've never delved into metal clay before. This is a great way for you to get started because it teaches you at the individual stages, the individual techniques, but also you can come out with some finished projects as well. Introduction to metal clay. It's almost an hour's worth of fantastic tutorial. Your price point today, just £4.95 for you for this DVD. It really is just a great way to get you started, but also a great one to refer back to. Once you've got it, you've got it. You just keep looking back, don't you? And also, if you're like me, you know, I'm very much a visual learner, very, very, very much a visual learner. And if you're like me, things like this are fantastic. But I'm also very much a kinesthetic learner as well. So actually watching and doing all at the same time makes it easy peasy. So these are great for you to play time and time again, and you get shown how to make all of these pieces with the stunning Natalia. £4.95 for you today is the code on this one. XHMP16 is the code on it, so get it when you can. Well done, everyone. Okie pokely. Are we doing these, did you say? Those findings, you've put these findings on me. We thought you'd be perfect to talk these through with, because precious metals. I just want to ask you something and be completely honest.
Yeah.
When you're working with your silver clay, will you always pair it with 925? Will you sometimes pair it with your copper-based findings? Do you have a preference?
Personally, I tend to go with my sterling findings. Yeah, absolutely, all the time. It just kind of works for what I do.
Yeah. And that's exactly what we've got here for you. I've not just got one pack of precious metal, I've got three different colours as well. Take a look. I've got your gold 925 findings selection, I've got your silver 925 findings collection, and I've got your rose gold 925 findings collection. I don't know how I've just said the word findings 4 times, and the 5th time I just forgot it. I forgot completely. What is that word? Okay, so let's have a look what I've got here. I've got a selection of head pins in each stash. The golden colour, plenty of your silver colour. Sorry, my arm's in the way. What a mare. And again, and the rose gold colour I've got here for you in those ball head pins. They are approximately a 40mm drop you've got on these, and you're getting, by the looks of things, 15 in each colour. Yes, you are. So you're getting 15 in each colour, so you're getting about 45-ish in total, just of the head pins. Then got in there things like your earring findings. I've got shepherd's hooks in a few of these as well. I've got for you clasps. So we've got things like your lobster claw clasps in the different colours. We've got your toggle clasps as well. In variety of colours in the silver and in the rose gold, you get those ones. In the gold version, you also get these gorgeous earring findings. How sensational are those? Those are from the front, and then this is from the side. So you've got that loop hidden behind, so it almost gives you that suspended look. It's really pretty. That's in the gold. I've got in here crimps in all 3 colours. So in your gold, your rose gold and your silver. And I've also got crimp bead covers as well. All of these, don't forget, absolutely precious metal. I get a variety of jump rings. I get around 3 jump rings in each of these collections too. So there's absolutely loads and loads and loads you can work with here essentially. I've mixed up the colours somehow, but how chain, how have I not spoken about that? You've got the gold. This is your gold chain. And then you've got, I thought it had run away, the heart chain. I love the heart chain. Perfect for engagement gifts, eh, Ben? What colour was the tanzanite ring you gave Jodie? White gold. So it'd go really nice with the silvery colour, wouldn't it? Oh, really nice. So you've also got here the heart chain. Let me just show you this from the side. Let me show you, because they do look different, and I like that about them. So you can see the hearts. And then you think as it goes to turn, you think it's just going to be a jump ring, but it's not. Their hearts too. Eternal hearts linked together forever, just like Jodie and Ben. Oh. We have got here for you a gorgeous selection of your precious metals. 925 with the gold, rose gold and silver. Your price for it today should be £43.85. Obviously it should. Look how many findings you get. In fact, how many findings do you get? Loads. Loads. Your price point today, though, it's rolling down. Just £33.95. Wow.
Goodness me. That's plenty in there to keep you busy, isn't there?
Isn't there?
Absolutely.
There absolutely is loads in there to keep you busy. £33.95. That's a great price drop, isn't it?
Brilliant, brilliant.
Great. It's a wonderful price drop. Because you've saved... Oh, there's loads of you coming in for this. Hello, Rebecca. It's lovely to see you. Love your name. Hello to all of you who are coming in. I've just been told there is a slight queue on the phone lines, but don't worry, we'll try and be with you as quickly as we can. Free phone number for you today, 800 644 655. You've got yourself a huge save in there. You really, really do. It's what, £10-ish? 10? Around that, isn't it? £33.95. Great price. And like you say, if you're going to work with high-end, it's nice to pair it with high-end, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, because it's they just complement each other, and when you go out to sell your work, people will be looking for that combination, really.
Yeah, they really will.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for showing us all of that
welcome.
And all of those goodies. It's been fab. How's your challenge going?
It's en route.
Filled with confidence there. Filled with confidence. Thank you so much for showing us all of those pieces. Don't forget, do you want to take a quick look at these again, just whilst we're here? Because actually, one thing we didn't talk about before I leave you is the infinity signs and what you do for those. They're gorgeous.
I know. I do love the little infinity. My son asked me to make something for his girlfriend quite a while ago with the infinity sign. So I was quite chuffed when I got this kit, because I thought, oh yeah, that lovely infinity. So as I started to group them together in that particular piece, they immediately sort of shrieked at me the Celtic knot kind of design, because it kind of automatically looked like that to me. So again, that's as I say, how the rest of the pieces came together.
And how did you attach them all together?
They're just jump rings. Jump rings,
easy, isn't it?
A couple of little jump rings together.
I love that, and I love this design here. What was your inspiration with this one? It's gorgeous.
Which one are we looking for?
Oh, the one with the little dangles.
The little dangles. Yeah, again, it's just using the infinity sign as a component between pieces of chain and each of the beads being wrap looped onto the chain. So it's just a simple design, but I think it's really quite effective. Quite elegant,
isn't it? I love it. Thank you so much, Tracey, for showing us all of those things today.
You're welcome.
We will take pictures, we will put them up on Facebook, and we will be back with Tracey in about an hour. No pressure.
Okay.
Now, lovely ladies and gentlemen, I will be back after the break with some little treats for you. Dive in Discovery, anyone? I'll see you in a little bit.
Join Vicky Carr for her baby shower on Friday the 24th of April morning show. There'll be lots of fun, extra special JM treats, and Vicky will be joined by Angela, the JM Business Academy guru. It will be a morning show not to miss, Friday the 24th of April from 9 AM.
Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
Gemstones on JewelleryMaker are 100% genuine, giving your jewellery designs the beauty and character that only Mother Nature can provide. Carnelian is a striking member of the Chalcedony family and features warm orange and reddish tones. Treasured throughout history, it's long been used in carvings and cameos. Carnelian is mainly sourced from Japan, Brazil and Uruguay, although the gem has also been discovered in France and even Cornwall in England. Genuine carnelian gemstones from JewelleryMaker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company. Gemma Crow brings you into the world of patina. You'll create stunning effects with the guidance of Gemma right beside you. This DVD includes adding texture to your designs, preparing your metal, applying the patina, neutralizing process, and finally, the finishing process. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Come and join JewelleryMaker on Facebook and get involved with over 50,000 people who have liked us. You'll get up-to-date information about our channel from the latest images of designs by our fantastic guests, gossip on what is coming up in the shows and the newest information on our workshops. You can get in contact with jewellery makers all over the world and get some fantastic hints and tips. Simply search JewelleryMaker in the search box or go to facebook.com/JewelleryMaker UK and you're there. You don't even need to have a Facebook account. We can't wait to see you there. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Design Inspiration. It's lovely to have you with me today. My name is Rebecca Redican. Feel free to call me Becky. And today is a very, very special day. Not only has my senior tech op got engaged less than 24 hours ago, but also it's the day to tell Ryan to hurry up. 10 years you've been with your girlfriend. Get a wriggle on, pal. No comment indeed. Today I am joined by the lovely guest designer who's spoken us through a few different techniques today. We've been very spoilt. It is the lovely Tracey.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
You've got just less than an hour for your challenge.
Thanks.
Is that alright?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
You tell I love it.
Yeah, I can. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'll be honest with you. I've just found a bit of crisp on my nose.
Oh,
I was like nose in the right. Crisp up here. No, crisp. Oh, some bites. Ooh. Other crisps are available. And so I have got for you in in a moment or five. I'm going to dive in discoveries, and what we're going to be looking at and kind of talking about there is different gemstones that or different sayings that maybe you hear us say a lot, but we're going to look a little bit more in depth depth into them. So for example, we'll be talking about why gold is so precious and why it's tricky to get out of the ground. We'll be talking about things like what is phosphorescence, for example. So lots and lots of that info coming up for you very, very soon. Does it sound like I'm getting all technical? Does it? Oh, thanks. Oh, wow. But before that, we're going to do what designer inspiration do best. We are going to give you great products with a little bit of designer insight. So just for the next few products, we're going to be bringing you great prices on things that perhaps don't get explored that much on other shows. So where are we starting, lovely Helena? Let's start with box number... Okay, so first off, I'm going to bring to you one that a lot of our designers love and adore, and the reason they love and adore this so much is because of its unique and organic shape. We talk about organic shapes on all of our shows, don't we? But it's quite nice sometimes to be able to ask a guest designer for their opinion. So, lovely Tracey, why do you think, or why do even you and other designers like working with unusual shapes that perhaps aren't perfectly uniformed as a way of inspiration?
Oh, as a way of inspiration. For me, making something by hand means you're making something from the heart, you're making something organic anyway. So to mix it with organically shaped beads, you know, the whole thing kind of has some kind of synergy together. So if you've got perfect beads, sometimes, you know, you want a perfect piece to accompany it, but if you're making something that's a bit of unusual, a bit irregular, then those irregular shaped beads make the whole piece look really organic.
Perfect for that, actually. I've got spellbinding on with me tomorrow. We've been allowed to work together again. Silly upstairs people. We have been allowed to work together again, my partner in crime, and she has sent myself and Helena a picture of this gorgeous organic bib style piece, and these would go epically with that. You know, and I know that spellbinding and Gemma Crow, etc., love a bit of the organic shaping, and things like this are absolutely perfect for that. We don't always want perfect symmetry, we don't always want perfect rounds, because if you're like me, I'm a bit of a fuss. I'm a bit of a fuss pot. If I want something to look perfect, it has to be perfect, if that makes sense. So if I'm making a pair of earrings, you better believe that they are going to be a pair. They have to be a pair of earrings. If I'm wire wrapping something and I want it to look, you know, symmetrical, you better believe that I'm counting every single wrap on every single side to make sure it is. But then I like to step out of that comfort zone now and again, and I do like to almost enhance my imagination and my inspiration by working with unusual shapes, because that means that I'm able to step out of my box a little bit. This is perfect for that reason. You've got your gorgeous pink amethyst here, which has got a lot of that back flashing of the pink, and I mean a lot. To me, this is around the 5% tone. You're almost nudging on the Rose de France colouring here, aren't you? This is a really inspirational strand. Not only is it one of the clearest of amethysts I've seen in this size ever, it's definitely up there, but also for me the colour is sensational, and the fact that you get banding in this too is beautiful. Your price point today, one thing that I do find inspires me, and I hope this doesn't make me sound bad at all, I really do, but I am a creative, and I absolutely am. Yesterday I was watching, last night I watched Star Trek Into Darkness on a good film, watched it last night, and whilst I was sat there, I'm one of those people who I can watch a film, but if I'm feeling a bit creative I have to do something else, so I painted a peacock whilst I was watching it. Just a bit of watercolouring on the sofa, as you do. But I am one of those people, I'm definitely a creative. If I'm in the mood to create, I will create. But sometimes things that inspire me are just bargains. And this is going to be one of them, because sometimes you'll try something that you might not have normally tried. If you think, hey, that's a bargain, I'll give it a go. We all do it, so why not do it today with this? £6.95, lowest price point on this. Should be £9.95, has been £9.95. You've loved it at £9.95, and you've been getting a bargain at £9.95. But at £6.95, boy oh boy, if that doesn't spark your imagination, I do not know what will. This is your gorgeous pink amethyst from Brazil. Not forgetting that the mining process for this in Brazil is so difficult. We don't drill for this like we do you know, with certain gemstones. We don't use explosives to get our hands on this like we do certain gemstones. We go in with these tiny kind of arm lengths almost pickaxes and individually excavate these geodes to get a lot of our Brazilian pink amethyst out of the ground. And when we do that, we can open up a whole geode and there can be no decent sized gemstones or crystals inside that we can use. So it's a really extensive, arduous and strenuous process to get this out of the ground in certain places in Brazil. When you're managing to get it in these inspirational, inspiring shapes at, let's face it, a designer inspiration deal, definitely a deal, then you have got the opportunity. Get it whilst you can. £6.95, lowest price. Well done, absolutely everybody. TERU23 is your code, and I've got to say, it's beautiful, isn't it? It is gorgeous. Let me bring that to you now. This is going. You ready? You were just trying to do me some sort of, you know, exciting fanfare, but you actually ended up doing the Game of Thrones theme tune, didn't you, Helena? Bless her. Take a little look. I think Tracey will be able to tell us a bit about these. These are your jeweller's hammers. Oh, says Tracey. I love that. We have got here your jeweller's hammers. Let me talk to you about some of these hammers. Starting off with my number 1 ounce ball pine head hammer, your 2 ounce ball pine head hammer, your jeweller's hammer, your brass head hammer, and my favourite, your fat head hammer. Now, no need to be rude. Now, all of these, as you can see, are double-sided. You've got some, so example, what do we say when we're talking about the ball pine? Okay, let me show you these. So we've got the 1 ounce and we've got the 2 ounce. It sort of does what it says on the tin. You've got these two different sizes. So these are the ball pine ends. When we talk about that, we're talking about this domed end here. So you've got the 1 ounce and you've got the 2 ounce. So slightly different in their sizes. So they'll do different jobs. They'll get into different areas, and they also have the flattened side too. Jeweller's hammers. Why did you go, ooh, instantly to these, please?
Oh, there's a whole thing about jewellers and hammers.
Love that. Why do you love a good hammer?
Oh, you know, the right tool for the right job.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's sort of a badge of honour having the right tools.
Yes,
and the right hammer.
Absolutely.
Job, so,
we do quite a few different hammers here. This is the first time we've really done a whole set of different hammers. Now, why is this important composed to maybe just buying the one usual hammer that we do that's much larger than these ones? But what's the difference, if that makes sense?
As I say, you know, there's the different types of hammers have specific roles, specific jobs, and if you use the right hammer to do the right job, it just makes life so much easier.
Really does, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Especially when these are quite dainty compared to the general ones we do. Now, why does that make a difference?
Well, you know, a hammer that you'd buy from a DIY store, you know, big hammer, it's for hammering nails. We're not hammering nails, we're hammering our silver or our findings or our sterling silver, riveting like we were doing earlier. And it's not about giving it welly, it's about being accurate and
precise
positioning and placement. So you know, you don't need a lump hammer or, you know, builder's tools to do the job.
No.
So these are, you know, user friendly for the jeweller.
And how much can you pay for a professional jeweller's hammer? Oh, she gave me the eyes.
Oh.
How much can you pay?
Well, I've seen just a single hammers nearly in the 3 figures.
What?
Seriously.
Are they made up of genuine platinum?
No.
No?
But, you know, they are branded names that you know, and sometimes you're buying a name rather than the quality
rather than the quality of the product.
So,
we have got
hammer is a good hammer.
And these genuinely are great quality, even just down to things to look for in your hammers, such as if you look here on each of our hammers aren't just stuck on to the wood. Each one of them does have a rivet going through to the wood, which means that you're less likely for this to come loose, to fly off, than if it were to just be stuck on or even attached onto the top, if that makes sense. So you have got 5 different hammers, but they are obviously double-sided. You also get this case as well with a zip. Do you know how much ours are? You've not seen these before?
No, I haven't.
We'll give you a great price.
Ooh.
What do you think about £14.95?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
£14.95 for all of these, and that case included as well. It is sensational for you to get your hands on today. Easy to carry, super easy pouch for you to carry along with you. They're all nice and safe in there, and essentially they are a complete bargain, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
Working out about.
I like the presentation in the.
It's nice that, isn't it? It's nice that.
Yeah.
They're working out about £3. Well, less than £3 per hammer, and I'm not even counting the price of the case. They're working out about £3 each, excluding the case.
Cool.
It's fab, isn't it?
Yeah, really good price.
Really good price.
And it's nice to have them in that case because mine are just strewn all over my bed.
£14.95 for you today. Great designer inspiration. Great for your wire work. Great for your findings. Great for any work with your metals and your stamping as well. Don't forget. So great for all of that. Well done, everyone. Also, if you've got the dapping block, these are perfect for that. £14.95 for you today. On the table. Didn't mean to do that. Have a look. Perfect for use alongside your mini anvil. Mini anvil. Look how cute he is. Oh, Tracey, you are loving the mini anvil. Tell me why. Why are you just... Oh,
it's just cute.
Oh, it's just adorable. These are perfect to work together because at the end of the day, if you've got a really dainty, precise hammer like this, don't forget we always talk about precision tools. If you've got something dainty and precise like this, you're gonna want a nice work surface to be able to create with them. You have got here flattened surface, you've got sharp corners, you've got curved areas on this as well, you've even got your domed area if you wanted to do things like your blanks on here too. You've got a shorter area here, you've got one that's flat and then kind of almost trapezoid in its shape, but you've also got the perfectly round area that does graduate down, as well as of course the flat area. You also have a section here with a hole all the way through, which means say you're creating something that has a long length of wire and you just want to hammer the top, you can pop it through there and you absolutely can do that. So it's a wonderful mini anvil. It's great, isn't it?
It's cool.
It's really cool. It's really cool.
I want one.
It's great. I tell you what, you're going to want one even more when you see the price, I think. Your price point today, £8.95.
Wow. Brilliant.
Great price point, isn't it?
I'm going to have one of them, please.
Yeah, treat yourself. Treat yourself, Tracey, I would, to be honest. £8.95 is a great price. And it's super duper sturdy as well. You know, this isn't, you know, cheap tat. This is serious, weighty metal. It's got a lot of strength to it indeed. It's going to be perfect for such a multitude of things. It really, really is. Even just things like, one thing we did say is if I hold this up like this and just do that, do you mind? Can you see that? See how it curves in perfectly for my wrist? This would be great if you worked in the sheet copper or sheet metal. You could actually use this to hammer with your hammer, to hammer around to create a perfect curve for things like a bangle. Because sometimes hammering metal to get a perfect curve can be a bit of a pain, can't it? With this though, you know, my wrist, that is a perfect curve for me. Perfect. So do treat yourself to this one. £8.95 for you today. It is your multi-use mini anvil. Get it whilst you can. Great price point, and the hammers are at the bottom of your screen. You've got to be quick on that anvil though, because I don't actually have that many in stock, I've just been told. So £8.95 on this one. Designer Inspiration Deals continues in the drawer. Love it. Turquoise. It's a colour. It's a gemstone. And for many, it is a gemstone which, when we get it in a reconstituted form, it can open up a wealth of ideas. This is an unusual shape, isn't it? Unusual in a really beautiful way. Not unusual in like a, ooh, have you had your hair cut? That's different, not that kind of unusual. I mean unusual in a, oh wow, that's going to add something really unique, really interesting, really different to my designs. I love with this that you can almost do, because you've got the matrix naturally within there, you can almost do kind of a mosaic, kind of you know, interlinking together design on these ones. You could use them in a standalone. Gorgeous as a pair of, oh, I don't know, wedding cufflinks, for example. Wouldn't they, Ben? Wouldn't they? Go nicely with your top hat, these ones, pal. But I absolutely adore that they are creative, they are different, they're as unique as your pieces can be. Anyone for a really inspiring price? Should be, has been, £9.95. It's been that price, we've loved it at that price. What did you say? But we are going to take it down because this Designer Inspiration Deals, we're bringing you deals. £6.95. See what we did there? We got the 9 and we turned it around. £6.95 for you today on that one. It is just a wonderful price. And Tracy, I'd love to hear what you'd like to do with this strand of your gorgeous corner drilled square turquoise.
Ooh, setting around it, I can see almost embedding that into a frame.
Yeah.
Just go with the square shape and embed it into a silver frame around it and make it into a pendant piece.
I love that idea because they're going to be gorgeous as a pendant.
Yeah. Just use one on their own into a pendant piece.
Beautiful
but,
plan.
You know?
Beautiful plan. Thank you very much, Tracy. £6.95 for your lowest price, 190 carats worth of those. Well done, everybody. Great for you. Lots of multipliers on that one. Well done, everyone. Now bringing to you, wow, really? Wait, oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. The chain, gemstone chain, diamond-like luster, absolutely stunning gem. Spinel. Only got a few. Isn't that just stunning? Oh my gosh. Oh. I'm seeing Art Deco, I'm seeing Art Nouveau, I'm actually almost seeing a little bit of the Edwardian period. You know, when we're talking about the Edwardian era, we're taking a step from what came before and we're going to the luxury, aren't we, of the Edwardian period at the beginning of it. We're going serious luxury. Diamonds everywhere, high-end gemstones everywhere, precious metals everywhere, up until the end of that period, obviously. This is sensational. I really want to know what the price is, so I'm just going to get it in. 1 metre's worth. 925 rose gold chain. £17.95. That is amazing. That is just sensational. Honestly, honestly, honestly. It is stunning. If I've just held it out for you and just appreciate the appearance of these. Black diamond's great, obviously. We have black diamond on. You know, if you want black diamond, keep your eyes peeled. I don't know if we had any left, did we? Did we? But if you love black diamond, but maybe you can't stretch to it, we've got the appearance of black diamond here, but without the nicks that you can sometimes get in black diamond. I just love them. Not many of these left. I've got 30 left of this, so get it quickly, especially when I've got multi-buyers. Quick! Jessie in New Mexico. Hello, it's lovely to meet you, Jessie. I don't think I've met you before, Jessie. It's lovely to meet you. My name is Becky. It's really, really nice to have you as part of our team today. Jessie, just to let you know, check out your baskets. You can check out your baskets as many times as you want to. We don't charge you every time. We're not like other websites or places where every time you check out, you have to repay. We don't do that. You can check out once in the day, you can check out 1,001 times in the day if you want to, but you only have to pay one postage and packaging, and that's from midnight until midnight. So do check out that basket for me, as well as all the others who are with you. Thank you very, very much. It's lovely to see you. And Anne and Elizabeth and Janice and all the names I do recognise. What did you say? Number 12. Ooh, this is a bit different. That was a good impression of Helena, wasn't it? Number 12. One of my favourite, it is how you talk, one of my favourite things. Do you remember when we had Masters of Disguise, Masters of, what was it? Masterful Makes. Well, I said it was Masterful Makes, but Helena's very much of the Masterful. Masterful Makes. Masterful Makes. I say Masterful. Yeah. I think it suits you. I think it'd be weird if you said Masterful. Just like it'd be weird if I talked like proper Northern and then went Masterful out of nowhere. It'd be weird, wouldn't it? Proper odd. So I have got here for you 580 carats worth of your multicolour coated hematite. These are your faceted rounds. You have got 11 mil here for you today. They are beautiful, aren't they? Obviously they're coated, that's why you get that lovely myriad of colour. This is going to be lovely and inspirational for designer inspiration, because it's going to go great with so many different pieces, isn't it? For example, your abalone, this is going to go great with. You've got 580 carats worth of this multicolour coated hematite that we have here today. Hematite, really, really cooling to the skin, very, very weighty. Your price point today, just £7.95 for you. Get it whilst you can. Well done. Oh my gosh, only 20 minutes left of, 40 minutes left of the show. That's not long at all, is it? Well done everyone who's coming in for this. I wonder if people who maybe live in places like America watch and they've never watched any kind of English TV, I wonder if they think everyone speaks like Helena does. And I wonder if they tune in and hear me talking and think, where is she from?
It's like when Ant and Dec went over to
Ant and Dec went over to America. No one could understand him. No, and Cheryl Cole, didn't she get booted from something because they couldn't understand her? James Corden changed his accent. It happens. Lots of presenters, you know, who do different channels, if they go on to things like Rocks, they change their accent. Even Vicky Carr, if you heard Vicky Carr on Gems, tell you what, you're like, who is that? She proper RPs it down, doesn't she? I won't be able to. £7.95 for you today, everyone. 580 carats worth for you today. If anyone does watch and think, hey up, where is she from? I'm from up north. I do tone my accent down though for JewelleryMaker. What are we doing now? Are we diving in? Yes. Okay, so we're about to dive into discoveries. Sorry, what is this? I said I wanted a dolphin on set, please. I have got for you here, dive in discoveries. And what I wanted to do at this bit is I just wanted to take a little bit of time to kind of let you get some absolute treats, some absolute deals of maybe things we don't see that often, but also to maybe make you think, okay, you know, words that we say and we refer to often, sometimes maybe we don't actually talk about what they actually mean. I think sometimes we're all guilty of it, you know, maybe taken advantage or taken for granted even, and the fact that people understand exactly what we're talking about. So we're going to have a little look into some gemstones, and you know, I would say to you, if you find it interesting and if you like it, treat yourself to the gemstones today, and that might refresh your memory on some of the things we look into, but also I think it's quite interesting facts to be able to pass on. So where are we going to? On the table, I've got a bundle for you today. So, we're starting off with a bundle, some of your favourite gemstones in the world. This one here is a mookaite bundle. So, mookaite, what are we talking about? I could do it, I could sell RP for a bit. I can't do it for the rest of the show. I can do it for a little bit. Even Cass just went then. I could do it for a bit. So, Oh, I don't know if I can now. What I have here before you is an absolutely sensational double strand of your mookaite. Now I'm doing that M&S voice that I do sometimes. Other shops are available. Accidentally I slip into it sometimes. This isn't just any gemstone. You've got here your mookaite. Now, mookaite is interesting because it is a one locational gemstone. And I wanted to talk to you about what we meant by one locational. Now, I know that sounds absolutely ridiculous, but it is an important thing to talk about. Because sometimes we'll refer to certain gemstones as one locational, but actually you'll see them from lots of other areas in the world. So, one locational gemstones, what am I talking about? I'm talking about gemstones that we initially or generally only find in one location. This gemstone, for example, is found in Australia. But it's not just in Australia, that would be kind of too great of an area. It's from one specific area, and that area is called Mooka Creek. Now, Mooka, the word Mooka, which Mooka Creek is named after, is an Aboriginal word, and it essentially means running water. And the reason that this Mooka Creek was called that is because, you know, still today there is water on the surface, but back, way back, it used to be covered essentially in water. And that's how this gemstone is actually created. So way back when there were all these ancient seas, before, you know, the movement of things like Pangaea, and there was all of these huge seas that obviously covered a lot of where we now see land. And what happened essentially was these microscopic animals would get trapped within the water and essentially rest in sedimentary rock. Sedimentary rock, of course, being rock that is essentially part of a molten cooling process. So we still find a lot of water in that area now. In fact, I've got a picture of the mining area for this. You can see there, this is where we pick out the mookites, and it is this area with water on the ground constantly. So we don't really dig so much for this gemstone. We can kind of skim for this quite a bit. Now, this one locational gemstone really is quite one locational. Some one locational gemstones we'll find in different areas, because obviously certain gemstones can be found in one place and then found in another, and that can help scientists kind of think back to when the different continents moved, etc. We have got a very much one locational gemstone here, though. We haven't actually found mookaite anywhere else properly in the world. So this really does have one specific place, one specific location. You can get this home today and really have a little taste of history and a little taste of Oz as well. 4 mil here in the facets we've got on there, and 8 mil on the faceted rounds over here. Gorgeous array of colours, perfect for the Pantone season. Your price point today for Mookaite Magic, not staying there. We are going to roll this down. It is one locational. One locational usually means higher price. Not today. We've taken it down for you. £8.95 for you today is a really wonderful price point. It is just sensational, isn't it? Mookaite Magic that we have here for you. Hello everyone who's coming in. It's lovely to see you. Do treat yourself to this day, because we don't have it on that often. It is one of our most popular gemstones, so do get it whilst you can. Well done everyone. £8.95. Ooh, Marcia in Nebraska. I've never met you before, Marcia. It's lovely. Quite a few new people in today. It's lovely to see you. Hello, Marcia. As I said, my name is Becky. It's lovely to meet you. You have met quite a few of my team already. You've met Engaged Ben. You won't ever meet Helena because she's afraid of the camera, although we are filming our happy birthday message straight after the show. So she has to be on camera then. It is lovely to meet you. Thank you very much for joining us today. You could be doing loads of other things today, but it's nice to have you as me, because I tell you what, I'd be bored stiff if it wasn't for you lot, wouldn't I? Probably, yeah. £8.95 for you, say. Well done, everyone. Next up. Oh, and there's Ryan. Okay, now, I want to talk to you about something we mention quite a lot, and when we talk about sensational gemstones, if you're joining me for the first time today, oh, you've had a good day. I'm bringing to you now something absolutely exquisite, and this is just a gemstone which I think you're going to love and adore, and I want you to pay attention to the cut, which we talk about a lot. When we talk about the cut, we're not talking about the shape, we're talking about the way in which these have been faceted. So this is known as the concave cut because the facets on this are a domed shape. Look at these, please. Just take a minute, put down your brew, look at the screen, and look at how sensational these are. Now, I don't have many of these whatsoever. Now, I want to talk to you at this point about windowing, because windowing is something we mention quite a lot with certain gemstones, especially ones like this, and I want to show you and tell you why windowing isn't something we necessarily want, but is something we sometimes get. So, what is it? Okay, well, windowing is essentially when you get a weak spot of colour within a gemstone. Essentially what happens is a lapidrist, so a gemstone cutter, gets the opportunity to decide whether or not when they're cutting a gem, are they going to cut it for carat weight, are they going to cut the rough so that they get loads of carat weight, or are they going to cut it for beauty? Now obviously a lot of lapidrists can do both, but often it's a choice between one or the other. The way you can often tell if a gemstone's been cut for carat weight and therefore kind of money, or for beauty, is for the fact if you do or don't see any windowing. Now windowing isn't something we want, because essentially what that means is you'll get, for example, on a strand like this, you'll get a gorgeous vibrant yellow like we'd expect from citrine, but then you'd get a weak spot, a weak area of colour. So for example in this one, can you see how it's all gorgeous one colour, isn't it? It's all beautiful, vibrant. As the light hits, you can see that light playing throughout. If this had windowing, it would have almost a line internally, or two lines internally, where the light would essentially stop almost in its appearance, and the light and the colour. And that's essentially due to the way it's been cut. So if you take a little look at this picture, it should depict that for you. So these two gems are the same. They've been cut in the same manner with the same cut, but one has been cut for beauty, the other for carat weight. The one that's clearer, that has that empty hollow spot where you can actually see the letters, the one on the right. That is the one where windowing takes place. And windowing is essentially what happens in that red line on that picture. So light enters the gem and escapes through the bottom of the gem. What we actually want though is we actually want the light to, the blue line that we've seen is the light to enter, and we want it to exit back out to the eye. And that is exactly what I have here. Not cut for carat weight, cut for pure beauty and elegance. It's quality like this that isn't bead quality. It's, to me, described as gem quality 100%. Your price point today? Wait for it. Should be £40. Take 5p. Should be £40. Of course it should. Look how stunning this is. Of course it should be 40 pence. Not £40. £39.95 for you today is sensational. You'd only want to use one of these in a design, really, wouldn't you? With gold, perhaps, or £9.25. What would you use with these, Tracy? These absolutely beautiful cut gems.
Well, it's always going to be silver for me.
Of course.
That's my first choice.
First choice.
Yeah. They're stunning, aren't they?
Yeah, aren't they?
I did, I think my first show I had stones with that kind of similar cut. They were, and I did a lovely pair of earrings and a focal pendant piece, which, yeah, they were really, really nice. Jenny ran out with the earrings. Oh,
probably. Sounds about right for her. Sounds about right.
And
absolutely.
I claw set them, actually. I claw set them.
Fab. Absolutely impeccable. Impeccable. Well done. $39.95 for you. In the draw, I'm bringing to you... Oh, lowest ever price, anyone? Ooh. We talk about opal and its stunning effect a lot. Oh my gosh, the play of colour in this is sensational. Play of colour is something that we talk about to describe the effects that you get in opal, that gives you these bursts of colours. But this is known as, this gemstone has play of colour unlike any other. It's hard for you to see it because the light in here does dull out the appearance of that in opal, but in particular in the centre one, I've got gorgeous play of colour, which essentially means that due to the structure of this, you get a beautiful array of colours underneath the surface that also almost almost seem to hover inside the gemstone. Play of colour in this phenomena gemstone. It's known as a phenomena or a phenomenal gemstone, which essentially means that it is a gemstone that steps away from the usual rules of dispersion. So dispersion being when light enters and the way that it's separated. This steps out of those boundaries, and that's because the internal structure of this is spheres. So you get this absolutely stunning play of colour. You get these little almost internal fireworks, I always think it looks like. This is a gorgeous strand. It's multicoloured. I don't think I've seen a multicoloured fire opal strand that has this much of that purest white within it, and it's gorgeous that it does. I love it. Beautiful opalescence and colour play throughout this strand. Lowest ever price, anyone? Of course it should be that price. Look at the quality of this. Beautiful colour play, lovely opalescence throughout, really nice glow to each of these. Lowest ever price, never been this price point before. Your price today, £12.95 for opal, for one of the most sought after, most loved gemstones in the world. It's known as a phenomenal gemstone, and boy oh boy is it a phenomenal gemstone. It's unique, it's individual, and it's natural in this occurrence. Absolutely sensational. Separate it, pair it up with pearls. That's going to look gorgeous. What about if you pair it up with that citrine I've just brought you, that concave cut? That's going to look absolutely epic as well, doesn't it? They look really beautiful. What about with the gemstone chain? What about this Sungian gemstone chain I brought to you? That's going to be nice, isn't it? £12.95, lowest ever price point for you today on these ones. Get them whilst you can. Well done, people who are popping in to see me today. It's nice to have you all on board. I hope you're having a nice day. I hope it's sunny where you are. I hope it's not too sunny though, because it can get a bit too hot, can't it? Close. Yeah, but you know when it's at this time of year when it gets close. Close. No, close doesn't mean hot.
Stuff it.
My producer Helena has just compared me to her granddad. No, I'm sure your granddad's lovely. No, it's not that it's hot, it's when it gets close. Muggy. You know exactly what I mean, don't you, Tracey?
But I don't think it's muggy yet. It's only spring, isn't it? It's in the summer.
All right, Tracey, I thought you were on my side then. £12.95 for you today. Check out those baskets for me. Lowest ever price point there that we have. Got for you here a little bit of a bundle. A gorgeous bundle indeed. Take a look. If you are into the history of gemstones, then you are in the right place. A lot of the time we talk about lore and legend. All three of the gemstones I'm about to bring you in this bundle have those lore and legends. But what are lore and legends, or myths and legends? Okay, well essentially they're tales from the past, which some of them do have kind of historic background, in the sense that some of them are kind of recorded and possibly guessed ideas, but some of them you know, could have just been imagined almost by archaeologists who might have found certain hints and clues and put them together. We have got some that are ancient history, we've got some that are documented for current times as well though, so lots and lots of different ones. Here I have got a gorgeous strand of your moonstone. Now this is, as you can see, these lovely plain nuggets of moonstone. Now let's think about a little bit about the myths and lore behind moonstone. Moonstone's an interesting one. Lots of different areas and lots of different people believe that in different areas of the world that moonstone used to actually come from just that, the moon. They believe that on certain nights when you almost get that blue sheen from the moon, that kind of get into that kind of dust along the top of the clouds, and you almost get that blue hue effect. They believe that as that light hit the clouds, it literally did that, it hit with a bang. That waked you up, didn't it? It hit with a bang, and you believe that it would almost crystallise and fall to the earth, and that's what moonstone was. They then believed that because of that, that if you had a moonstone in your presence and you wore it, you befriended the moon, and therefore in some different, you befriended the moon, not offended, befriended. And I love how Ryan went, not offended, befriended, and did a cuddle, bless him. So you befriended the moon, and then in certain cultures, like I've said, they believed that befriending the moon meant it could give you foresight. So that's what they believe this gemstone can be for helping you see into the future. Another gemstone that has similar beliefs and myth and lore is labradorite. So labradorite has got a very kind of in-depth history. But one of the most recognised, I suppose, would be that of it being a talisman. Now, we use talisman a lot. What is talisman? Okay, well, talisman, again, you know, is essentially beliefs and laws that still occur or used to occur in the past that were thought to bring strength of some kind in general, or thought to bring qualities to the person or to the wearer. So if back in, say, the Roman times, it was believed that certain soldiers would wear a labradorite as a talisman, believing that it would bring them strength and security in battle. It's also used to be believed that if you wore this kind of in times of need, in times of stress, that because of that kind of almost fire-like effect internally, that it would actually give you a way of calm, in a sense, a way of finding strength and security. So this labradorite has a lot of myth, lore and legend to it. And last but by no means least, another one with history, your malachite. Malachite, this is a natural coloured malachite, which is just sensational. Malachite is an interesting gem which has lots of myth and history and legend. If I was to go into it now, I'd probably be here for weeks. But one of them that does stand out really is the fact that there was a very well-known Russian Tsar back many years ago. And this Russian Tsar essentially was said to have had an experience, kind of a spiritual experience that for some reason made him believe or made him think that malachite could bring him closer to the gods. So what he actually did was in a church, a cathedral almost, that he used to visit called St. Isaac's, which still stands today. He decided that if he were to ask for them to excavate columns of this gemstone, that actually what that would do was that would bring him closer to God, it would bring the congregation closer to God, and it would essentially give him almost a spiritual connection to his gods. And they still stand today if you want to have a little look at them. So you see those huge columns? They're all made of this exact gemstone. So it's interesting, isn't it? We've got three really different gemstones here, with your malachite double strands there that you've got of the malachite, 225 carats worth. You've got 230 carats worth of your labradorite 40 by 10, and you've got your moonstone. You hear us talk about myths and lore and legends all the time, and it's so interesting that actually so many gemstones have so many different myths and laws. Get these together, you've got an array of ancient beliefs. Your price point today for all three, great price point already. Bit of a legendary price point actually, but we are going to bring it down to make it even sweeter. Your price point today, £8.95. I brought you a malachite strand. Yeah, okay, obviously different look, different shape, etc. at double the price point of that alone, just for one singular malachite strand. I've got a double malachite strand here. I've got labradorite and I've got moonstone as well. That is just sensational. How much is that working out for the equivalent of 4 strands, Helena? And when I say 4 strands, I think I'm being very, very kind, because look at the length of this one. There's loads there, isn't there? About £2.24. Now let me ask you this, ladies and gentlemen. Have you seen that GOG-C advert? The one that is, yeah, on our channel, you know, the 10-strand bundle. GOGC, and then it's 84 or something, it's our code essentially. It is for a mystery 10-strand bundle, and if you buy this mystery 10-strand bundle, it works out just £2.50 a strand, which is absolutely sensational. Tell you what, I doubt there's any malachite in there. Malachite, one of the most high-end gemstones, a really high-end gemstone in price point. You wouldn't, I doubt highly that anyone's got any malachite in that, because malachite usually demands high price points. The fact of the matter is, in this, we're even beating that £2.50 price point. We're on about, per strands, £2.24 per strand. Loads of you coming in for this. That's obviously working out that this is a double strand. So if you've never seen a double strand before, you've got almost a meter's worth of genuine gemstones here. So it is really, really, really sensational. And I love that colour palette, you know, love it. Loads of you coming in for this. Nice to see you, Janice and Alison and Joan and Joanne and I was going to say and Dumfries and Galloway, but no, that's a place, Bex. Cassandra, oh, Cass has come in. Hi, Cass. Dave, loads of anonymouses as well. Angela, Angie, Lindsay, Rachel, Janet, Isabel, loads here, loads, etc., etc. Lots of you coming in because you know you've got a bargain. That's why. SAGC30 is your code on that. Do you want a last look? Go on then. £8.95 for you. Bringing to you another bundle now. Not just any old bundle. Oh no, precious metal. You're going to love this. Please just get yourself on the phone right now because I'm going to bring you lobster claw clasp, which we all love. And then, if I just give you a little shimmy, get on the phone. I've never seen this before, have you? Look at that. It's a T-bar to this toggle clasp. Oh, genuine 925 rose gold plated. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we talked to you about gold a lot and we talked to you about how precious and how beautiful it is, and boy oh boy, you've got that precious beauty here. Now, why is gold so prestigious, so much loved, and why do we say it's so hard to get your hands on? Well, a few different reasons. Number one is, well, one reason is due to the process. Now, if you think about the process we get gold out of the ground, I have got an image for you that Ben will show you now that will give you an idea of the process that rough goes through to actually get gold out of the ground. It's not like finding a gemstone, you dig it out, you shape it. No. Look at all of that it has to go through. Are there any words on there you don't realise? Agglometer? That one? That is essentially the agglometer. What that does is it takes the centrifuge, that says. It takes essentially the dry, tiny speckled material, mixes it with the liquid and binds it together. So all of this, and that, by the way, is a very simplistic version. It actually goes through many more steps than that. For example, it gets thickened and neutralised and filtered way more than that, but that is essentially the quickest way to go through it. That process doesn't just take hours, it takes days, weeks and months, and to go through all of that to get the gold out of the ground is intense anyway, especially when you take into account that, you know, sometimes in some mines we're getting about 1.1 grams worth of genuine gold out of the ground for every ton of rough. So it's something that we go through a lot of time, effort and care for, but we get gorgeous metal out just like this. You've got these beautiful lobster claw clasps that have that extra jump ring attacks, and the great thing with that is it does have articulation to it. See? Which means it rests nicely on the neckline. You have got here classy clasps with these. I love them. I love them. I love them. T-bar clasp. Your price point today should be £11.90. I am going to drop the price for you though, just to let you know, those lobster claw clasps, which we always need, you've got 10. That's fab, isn't it? 925 rose gold. Oh, you are having a giraffe. £6.95. I'd pay that, and I'm not being over the top, I'd pay that just for the star. I really would. No, I'm not being over the top. I would. Look how gorgeous that is. Think of the connotations with star. Think of the connotations you've got with star. You've got, wishing upon a star. You've got, shooting star. You've got you're a star, as in like you're incredible. We've got. You thought she meant Eurostar. No, she said you're a star. Other trains are available. Yeah, no, you think of things like, what else do we think of with stars? Wishes, twinkle like a, you know, a star of your father's eye. You think, what is that what you say? Twinkle in your father's eye, whatever, you know what I mean. You think so many positive connotations, don't you? Even if just little things like, you know, when you get some good, you know, good marks, you get an A star, don't you? It's really positive connotations with a star. And the great thing is they are unisex, aren't they? Oh, sorry. Stars are quite unisex. Certain symbols you might not think of as unisex, but a star absolutely is, isn't it? So there we go, 10 of these and one of this beautiful, beautiful design, $6.95. I just love the idea of that on a chain, if I'm honest. Really do. Now bringing to you some jump rings. Because we've talked to you about gold and we know how much you love gold, and I'm bringing you gold, gold, gold in jump ring form. Take a look, loads of them. 925 precious metal. Do you love your chainmail? Do you love working with stunning gemstones and therefore working with high-end components alongside them? Did you love that jewel-coloured metal ring that gorgeous Tracey made on her first design? If you did, then these are absolutely perfect for you, aren't they? Gold-plated 925 open jump rings. They are 7mm. And they are just perfect for your designs, because when we're working with things like chainmail, you can create some really beautiful high-end looking pieces, but we don't always on the chainmail shows actually have the quantity of 925 that we would like to. We have here, and the fact of the matter is that with these ones you've got the 7mm. Now that means that you're going to be able to do a lot of weaves with these, as opposed to maybe the 5mm, which can, because it's a smaller space, can be harder to do different types of weaves, because essentially more jump rings will actually fit inside these ones. Your ID on these is around about a 6-ish mil approximately. 50 of these in total. Great as connectors, great for clasps, great for chainmail. 50 of them today. Your price point, £9.95 for you today. ZLRF 28 is your code on these today. Those numbers just switched over a few times then. They are sensational gold 925 for you today. £9.95. Lots of multi-buyers. Hello to you all. Nice to see you all today. Get them whilst you can, because we've talked about, you know, how tricky it is to get that gorgeous gold plated 925 in there. It is really, really tricky, so do get them whilst you can, because it's a serious weight in there. Look at that weight, 6 grams worth. That's a huge amount of precious metal. 6 grams worth, isn't it? Absolutely massive. £9.95 for you today. Better move on. I've only got about 15 minutes left. Oh, way up, come here. Say what to me again? In the drawer. Oh, where did that come from? I don't know why that voice came out, I just did. Fluorescence. We talk about it a lot. Nothing? My board fell off.
Oops. That's right.
And then my cup dropped off. We need to get a sign down here. Someone's dropped a whole cup of water on the floor. In my defence, I didn't put this water here. Cass, she did, it wasn't me. And she's gone home, so what's she going to say? Okay, we talk about fluorescence a lot. It's something that certain gemstones can give us. No other really gives it as well as this one. Fluorite. Oh, such a gorgeous fluorescent gem. This is what we're talking about by fluorescence. Can you see that glow internally within the gem? Can you see it? Can you see it? It is just amazing, isn't it? Now, when we're talking about this glow, we are talking about fluorescence. Essentially, there was a gentleman called George Stokes, and he is a professor who found that certain gemstones had boosted energy by fluorescent UV light. And what this Professor George Stokes found was that with fluorescent lighting in certain gems, it essentially stimulated or boosted or activated certain electrons within certain gems. And because of that, certain gems, when under fluorescent light, emit this glow. And that's exactly what fluorite does. So it takes in UV rays. So this will happen not just in fluorescent light. If you wear this outside, this will happen as well. And what that means is it essentially gets, it stimulates the electrons inside here, and that's how you get this glow. It's even better in real sunshine. If you wear this in real sun, it is really, really sensational. It is just beautiful. So that's what we talk about. We talk about this glow that is naturally stimulated by UV rays, by UV lights. Fluorite for me does it just exceptionally well. It really, really does. I have got for you here 100 carats worth of green fluorite, something we don't get very often at all. And I've got to say that if you want a fluorescent gemstone, I don't think you can get much better than this, because this one is the green variety, and generally green and blue fluorescent gemstones give you even more of a glow than, say, that of the red variety. So you've got double glow here, really. Your price point today for your double glowing green fluorite, sorry, Ryan's on the floor mopping up that water that I dropped. We'll drop the price to $11.95 for you today. 100 carats worth here of that gorgeous glowing fluorite. It's unique, it's individual, it's almost out of this worldly. It really is absolutely sensational. 100 carats worth here, glowing gem. This is a double whammy of a glow because it's your fluorite, so it's already activated by the UV rays, but because it's the green variety, it's got even more of an effect. Thank you for letting us lend your kitchen roll, Tracey, to mop that up. You're a love. $11.95 lowest price for you. Well done, everybody. Well done. It's gorgeous. Where to? Where are they? On the T-bar. Pre-night. Pre-night's a little bit different because it goes against one of those rules we hear about and learn about time and time again. Pretty much every other break. Goes totally against the 4 C's. Totally against. Because you don't really want clarity within pre-night. Of course, that is one of the 4 C's when we talk. Never been seen before, brand new. Fab. Never been seen by itself before, definitely. So this pre-night, you're right there, Ryan. Sorry, that was Ryan's shoe. Probably moist from my water on the floor. You have got something that's not been seen by itself before, but the 4 C's you'll see and you'll hear us talk about. So we're talking about things like, you know, your cut and your colour and your clarity of a gemstone. And that's a general rule of what we're looking for. In pre-night, that's not what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. Look, get really good close in. Have a good old nosy in these. Can you see? Almost some of these look like sort of a Jackson Pollock, don't they? They're like splashes of paint everywhere. It reminds me of, well, a little bit of, you know, amber, the fossilised tree resin. You know how amber captures sort of organics and creatures around it sometimes? That's almost the look that pre-night gives you. The fact that you've got this interest of inclusions within here is fantastic. So we don't always look for the 4 C's in certain gems, and this is one of them. We hardly ever see pre-night before. You've never seen this by itself before. Your price point today for its first outing, £6.95 is your price point on this today. Do you want to see it on my neckline? Because I like the colour of this against skin. This is touching at the back, so it's necklace length for me. Isn't that just beautiful? Isn't it? It's going to go with a multitude of colours, I think. It's going to go with a multitude of colours, I think. Multitude of skin tones, multitudes of colours in clothing, multitudes of colours in gemstones. There's loads and loads and loads of you who love this. We don't see pre-night that often at all. It's a gemstone that ignores the general rules and go, do you know what? I will do this alone. I will step out, and it absolutely has. It has stepped out of those boundaries. £6.95 for you today on this jog pig. 57 is your code on this today. So £6.95. Well done, everyone. You're some of the first people in the world to own it. The first person to own it was Sheila, who's in Washington. It's lovely to see you today, Sheila. Thank you very, very much. I have been to Washington. How long was I in Washington for? Not massively long. I think about a week. No, because I've been twice. I've been there twice. No, it is genuinely a gorgeous, gorgeous place. It's one of my favourite places in America. It's cool. Oh, hip. Hip. Is it hip and cool? There's definitely some hip and cool places. There's definitely some hip and cool locations. I have to say, I've been to quite a few places in America because I used to work at a cruise ship out there. And Washington is one of my top places. It really, really is. It actually outdoes New York for me, I think. I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah. £6.95 for you today. First time you've seen it by itself. Congratulations. Okay, where to? Amethyst bundle. So excited. This is our found it, yeah. Sometimes I will hold a note on whilst I'm thinking, but then I remember that you can hear it, so I'm sorry for that. I have got for you the last deal of the afternoon. This is not one to be missed either, because, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a look at the description for this? You've got something for Team Amethyst!
Yeah!
And Ben, who is not an amethyst baby. Can I just show you something here? This, ladies and gentlemen, these are described as amethyst small nuggets. Not. What are they? Not amethyst at all, really, is it? Why not? Well, because you've got that gorgeous selection of those citrine bursts within here. This is a naturally occurring amethyst, and the fact of the matter is you've got that juxtaposition between those deep, rich, beautiful purples all the way to those really, really nice, almost whiskey-like citrine colours. Naturally occurring, this is known as ametrine, and citrine is regarded as a gemstone in certain circles, a gemstone of happiness, and in certain circles, amethyst is regarded as a gemstone of creativity. So be honest, you've got, if you believe in those things, a mixture of happiness and of joy and of creativity together, and we all want that, don't we? It's a gorgeous natural strand there, and I would never call that amethyst, I would call it ametrine, but whatever you want to call it, it's sensational. You've got around an 8x5 on those, 100 carats worth. I've also got for you, oh wow, amethyst buttons. Look at the clarity on these ones, ladies and gentlemen. Get in as close as you like. Please remember for me as well that the camera that's pointing at these right now is 40 times magnification. That's why whenever people come into workshops, you'll pretty much guarantee that once or twice a month, someone will go, oh, you look much better in real life. Happens all the time. It's because it's 40 times magnification. That's what it is. If you come close to my face, I'm going to be really upset. Don't do it. So you have got here something that's under 40 times magnification. Amethyst isn't technically known for its clarity, but this has it. Why? Because the quality is absolutely sensational. Gems of distinction quality you're working with on this strand. 45 carats worth of these sensational buttons, and you can even see the glow in these internally is just magnificent. And then last, but by no means least, Team Amethyst is giving Ben an amethyst heart for his engagement. You have got here your lavender amethyst faceted heart cabochon. If you've never worked with the cabochon before, essentially it is without a drill hole. But what it means is we have lots of opportunities there to really show off the entire gemstone, and it also means that you get the chance to look back on our Jewellery Maker YouTube page at all of our fantastic fantastic designer inspiration shows over the last year or so. They're all still up there, and we've had loads to do with cabochons, loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. In fact, can I just grab that neckline piece there by Alison Tarry, because this will be perfect for it. Whilst I'm doing that, let's get your price in. All 3 strands today should be, thank you Ryan, £12.85. They're not today. We're rolling it down. How perfect would that be for this design? Just there, wouldn't it? Design inspiration on this, look back on YouTube. £8.95 for you today on this one. Get it while you can. Lavender love, that is sensational. Even if you're thinking amethyst, don't forget quartz. We talk about the quartz family here. Amethyst is generally one of the highest prices of the quartz in the quartz family, as a general rule. In some places, you'd be looking at that for this quality of a faceted cabochon. So don't forget, a lot of workmanship on this. You'd be expected to pay that price just for this one, wouldn't you, realistically? Let alone these 2 extra strands here, which are just sensational. Hello, everyone who is coming in for these. Terry is in New Mexico. Jesse's in New Mexico. Veronica, Joan, Janice as well, Stella. We have got people on the phone, I've been told, so might be a few seconds on there, but wait whilst you're there. Just well done, absolutely everyone getting this. I just would love to see some of your Wall of Fame entries to this. I really, really would. I would love to see some of your Wall of Fame entries. Popping on over here. Hello.
I just realised the time.
Time flies when you're having a giggle, doesn't it?
And I never got to the end of that.
Oh, look! Love it. So we gave lovely Tracey a Patriotic Gems bundle. You had in there genuine lapis lazuli, and you had 2 strands of your shell. One of them was 6mm white, naturally white, and one of them was beautiful red, and that was 4mm. These are the pieces that we've got. What was your inspiration here?
Well, the colours are so sweet. You know. They're really nice, aren't they?
Yeah, love that.
So we've got
a
simple pair of earrings, just a simple wire work and some chain. And then for this bit, I've just found some findings under the desk. So added some little bits and pieces in there. This one, I found the great coloured beading wire, and I've done a kind of macrame, micro macrame, little macrame, with the beads in between.
Love that, isn't that pretty?
And I didn't get to the end.
We'll imagine you did. We'll take pictures of these and put them on our Jewellery Maker Facebook page. Go and have a look on there to be caught up with everything. Tracey, thank you for today.
Welcome.
When are you with us next?
I'm back again on the 6th of May.
Fantastic. I think that's with us again, is it?
Yeah, I've got 2 workshops next week.
Fab.
Introduction to Silver Clay on the 30th and the cocktail rings on the 1st of May.
Fantastic. If you want to know more about that, do call the call centre and they'll be able to help you out. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. I do genuinely appreciate it. It'd be boring without you. I'm back tomorrow with my partner in crime, Spellbinding. Be warned, it's going to be mischievous. I'll see you later.
It's been absolutely fantastic. It's the Resin Projects course, and Fiona is a terrific teacher. She's fun, she's very knowledgeable, and we've learned a lot of things. We're going home today with about 4 different projects, and they're absolutely beautiful. I bought a lot of the resin several months ago when it was on television being demoed, but I've never actually used it because I always like to come to the workshops first before I do anything. And I'm now going to be confident enough to go home and use it.
Gemma Crow brings you into the world of patina. You'll create stunning effects with the guidance of Gemma right beside you. This DVD includes adding texture to your designs, preparing your metal, applying the patina, neutralizing process, and finally, the finishing process. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.